Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing, folks? How are we doing? The Indivisible rally started at 5 p.m., so about an hour and a half ago. I'm assuming the protest is probably going to be continuing beyond that, but I figured we should take a look at what our elected officials are going to be doing and what they have actively done by attending this protest, because I caught maybe 5 minutes of it, and Jamie Raskin gave an absolute banger of a speech, and you can tell that the heat is rising in Washington, which is exactly what we need right now. We need those little dorks to be really aware that they're playing with fire here. Because we're in the cool zone now, folks. We're in the cool zone. And if you're saying, Jack, your voice sounds a little bit raspy, that's because I have been streaming over the past 24 hours for about, I don't know, 9, 10 of the past 24 hours. And also, I just woke up from being asleep after we finished the last stream. So, you know, the cool zone, life comes at you fast, folks. It is, you know, I miss the not cool zone where, like, I could, you know, do a small stream and then, like, rest for a day or two, you know? But we aren't in that kind of a time. We're in the cool zone. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Kraken Pill 2. Hello, Numone JLP. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Coverfire Games. Hello, one and all. Hello, Erica. Hello, Electric Lady Rat. And thank you for becoming a member over on YouTube. Also, thank you to Sake Tanuki, who donated 5 Tier 1 subs before stream even started. So thank you very much for that, Sake Tanuki. Appreciate your service. Hello, Emily Sweetness. Hello, Vedoval. Wait, I thought the protest was tomorrow. The 50-51 protest is tomorrow, but that's not the protest we're talking about today. Also, people have been raising some red flags about that protest tomorrow, so, go. If you're going to go to it, go with some awareness that there could be some fuckery going on. Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Slappy. Hello, Close22. Hello, Gwennifer Roxanne Farwah. Hello, Zeke Da Beast. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Rhapsody Septagonopus. Hello, Sunny Days. Hello, Lil Bror. We rise from the ashes, unironically. Sorry, I was just having popcorn because I haven't eaten food yet. Yeah, Molly Millions, it feels like when the cool zone comes around, news happens too fast. And I understand where a lot of people have been recently. A lot of y'all have felt isolated, alone, frustrated, deeply angry. And I thought covering this protest might be a way to see where things are right now. What is the state of play now that Congress is actually back in Washington, D.C.? Remember, folks, it is just day one of Congress being back in session. It is day one. They flew in yesterday. This is just the first full 24 hours our lawmakers have had in Washington. And there's already pretty sizable protests going on, which is pretty great. We're going to take a look at the event here, attended by a number of lawmakers as well. Of course, we got Maxwell Frost, who we saw the other day on the Indivisible Action stream, which was great. But we have a number of other lawmakers as well. Many of the lawmakers who were still not in Washington, D.C. the other day to go to USAID, today went outside the Treasury to rally around with other protesters. So things are happening here. And I know that there are a lot of people who are rolling their eyes right now because, Chuck Schumer in the Senate introduced a bill that was called, Stop the Steal. Because it's cringe. It's cringy bullshit. It's not going to pass, in the Senate. But, at this point, they're trying to grab headlines and attention in order to push their narrative. That's kind of we're kind of in the we need to inform normie liberals stage of what is happening because they don't pay attention to Washington, D.C. If you are here watching a politics stream, you are already more informed about politics than 95% of the electorate, okay? So we are in the informing normies and, lighting the fires, lighting the beacon of Gondor, That's where we're at. And it's going to be cringy because liberals are cringe. But just be aware that that is kind of the phase we're in right now. Hello, Q-Berry Shortcake. Hello, everyone in Riverboat Chat, Crooked, Mr. Miyagi, Robber Adset, Asuka, Axolotls with Cream, Molly Millions, Nethercat, Punky Gal, Sweet Blasphemy, Double Chinsey, Travenoid. Always good to see you in chat. Hello, Gamer G. Yes, 3 streams in 24 hours. The cool zone is a demanding mistress. All right. Also, kind of something that goes hand in hand with the cool zone is the fact that there are going to be a lot of people who are weird coming into chat. That's maybe the best way I can put it. I ask everyone to have patience. And, our mod team will handle it. Obviously, that's just kind of hand in hand with being a leftist trans streamer. But it's going to be especially bad on days when we're in the cool zone. Cascavi, do you sleep? I feel like I've seen you streaming every time I've checked YouTube for the last 24 hours. And the answer is, I did not sleep between the last 2 streams I did. And instead slept before the previous stream and this one. But the time I spent asleep was entirely... Like, I was out cold for pretty much the entire time between last stream and this stream. Woke up, saw that this was going on. Here we are. Okay? It's important. Merrick DeVille, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, 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 folks. Hope you're doing well, Merrick. Welcome, folks. We got to cover this rally, all right? Let's get into it. I do think it's actually really important for us to see that we are not alone in this struggle against an overwhelming, or a seemingly overwhelming fascist coup whose real aim is to loot around $4 to $6 trillion from our social safety net, to steal from the poor to give to the rich. That is essentially what is happening. Elon Musk is seeking to find around $4 to $5 trillion in waste when it comes to Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. That is what all of this is about. That is why they are apparently building a backdoor into the Treasury payment system of the United States Treasury. And it is designed for them to be able to effectively bypass Congress. Not, oddly enough, as I think many of us assumed, so that Trump could ascend to become the God King, but rather so that they can just steal money. It's a Hans Gruber situation, folks. They're just thieves. They are just stealing our futures in order to give themselves, the richest men to ever exist on the planet, to give themselves the biggest tax cuts that have ever been conceived of. So that's kind of where we're at. All right. I made coffee in your merch mug. Hell yeah, Sophie Bliss. Thank you for the $5 Canadian. Yeah, not the kind of backdoor that anyone wants. Exactly. So let's take a look. We had a rally happen outside here, and we'll jump into it, shall we? Let's
Ho, ho, ho! Elon Musk has got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Elon Musk has got to go!
Get some rest, damn it. Also, thank you for what you do.
I'm just gonna start.
Borf Boo, I'll get some rest when I can, but I feel like this is important.
Oh, okay.
Also, that lady's leather jacket is really cool, and I kind of want it. That's a cool jacket right there. Cool jacket for the cool zone. Mad Mart, yes, that is true. Trans people are currently losing their passports in America, and by losing, I mean the government is confiscating them, along with their identifying documents. If you are trans, do not try and get your passport changed.
Hello, everyone!
Don't do it.
Thank you for coming out today. Try not to block the street, please, if you can. I'm Rana Epting. I'm with Move On. And on behalf of our millions of members that are incredibly upset about Elon messing around with this building back here, I want to thank you for joining us. But I've got some questions.
Also, real quick, just as a brief reminder, because I know I'm seeing some new faces in chat, don't Fed post. That's really important. Don't Fed post. I know a lot of you are going to be like livid and furious. Do not Fed post. For obvious reasons, that kind of conversation can't happen here.
Did Elon Musk win any electoral college votes this last?
What is Fed posting? Fed posting is when you post incendiary remarks designed to get someone to take violent action. So that, it's called Fed posting because typically people who fall for it and go along with it get a visit from the feds.
Last November. That's right. Did Elon Musk have the authority to operate a secret government that has access to our Social Security numbers and our Medicaid checks? No! That's right. So let me ask, is what is happening a takeover by an unelected billionaire? Yeah! No one elected Elon Musk. But with President Trump's blessing, he has given himself tremendous power with no oversight and no accountability. Musk has shown us he wants to slash Meals on Wheels, shutter preschools, end school lunches for kids in need, while he's steering our government to help himself and his companies.
He's literally stealing baby food in order to give himself a tax cut. It's honestly one of the most heinous crimes one could possibly conceive of, because it's not even just like stealing candy from one baby, it's stealing candy from like literally millions of babies. Who's speaking right now? One of the leaders of Move On.
The Trump-Musk plan to take money away from us, the people, and replace it with tax cuts for billionaires. Did you vote for that? No. It's outrageous. It must end. That's why we're here today. It's why on Sunday night, over 50,000 people joined us on a live stream to take action and call on their members and their senators to fight this. And our elected officials are listening. Many of them are here with us right now. We're about to hear from many of them who are using their unique power to defend the people from this hostile takeover. And we're going to start with a good friend of ours, Representative Maxwell Frost.
Let's go, Maximum Left himself.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. We are here today as elected members of Congress.
Hello, Red Bummer. Hello, Paladin Lost.
We're here today because an unelected billionaire and his team have been given full and unfettered access to our taxpayer money and our government.
You know, I'm just realizing there may be some people who have not kept up with the last several streams, so I'm going to summarize very quickly exactly what is going on here, okay? So basically, Donald Trump got inaugurated, and shortly after he was inaugurated as president a couple of weeks ago, he came in and he renamed one of the existing departments within the Treasury Department as DOGE. And Elon Musk, who is unelected and has not been through an appointment process, is the unofficial leader of the DOGE department. And essentially, Elon Musk has taken a rowdy group of teenagers and young 20-somethings who previously worked at his companies, whose main contributions on social media seem to be retweeting neo-Nazis and white supremacists like Nick Fuentes and his cronies. And this crew of white supremacist neo-Nazis has been given unfettered access to basically every single department that they have set their eyes on. And one of the biggest of those is the U.S. Department of Treasury. Now, for those of you who don't know, one of the most important things that the U.S. Department of Treasury does is house the government payment systems. What that means is every year, trillions of dollars flow through the U.S. Treasury to different parts of the U.S. government, It is what funds agencies. It is what pays government employees. It is what pays for your Social Security. It is what pays for your Medicaid. It is what pays for your Medicare. It is the mechanism that ensures none of those billions of payments fails. And what they have done is they have fired basically everyone who knows how that system works, and instead they have put a 25-year-old former SpaceX employee who graduated 4 years ago from his college. They've given him administrative access, so he has not only read level permissions on all of that data, because the best case scenario, by the way, for accessing this system is that they just read the data and take it, and then they have all of our private data. But this unelected 25-year-old appointed by Elon Musk also has editing abilities over the Treasury payment system, which effectively means that he can edit which payments go through and which payments don't. This means that effectively any government agency can be shut down unilaterally by Elon Musk or Donald Trump. This means any government agency that resists illegal orders from Donald Trump can instantly have its funding turned off. Any disloyal employees can have their paychecks stopped. Any, any citizen can be targeted by this. And one of the very important things to understand about what is happening is that the Constitution of the United States, one of the very first powers that it affords Congress, is the power of the purse, meaning that Congress is the one who decides which agencies exist and receive funding, where that money goes. The president cannot, and no one appointed by the president can, step in and stop that. Meaning everything that is currently happening with DOGE and the Treasury and all of these people who are stepping in to try and take control of this system is illegal. It is unconstitutional. And it is being done specifically so that they can turn off funding to any agency they view as non-essential, like USAID, the organization that sends billions of dollars around the world to save lives from things like malaria or famine or, displacement in war zones. Okay? And keep in mind also that this Treasury payment system is not something that is routinely updated. This Treasury payment system started being created in 1959. The architecture of it digitally is basically some of the oldest computing systems we have currently in operation. And if it breaks, there is not a whoopsie-doodle undo button. It is broken and will take weeks to come back online. So we have two different scenarios currently playing out, which is that on the one hand, there is the constitutional crisis of bypassing Congress that is unfolding. On top of that, we have the plus the looting in order to give tax breaks to the billionaires. That the reason they want to turn off all of these agencies is so that they have the money to give tax breaks to the richest men who have ever existed. Because, guys, in 2017, Donald Trump passed trillions of dollars worth of tax cuts for the wealthiest people on the planet. And guess what? Those tax cuts sundown this year. So all of that billionaire money is coming back into Washington, D.C. in order to try to make sure that these tax cuts that they are currently enjoying and have enjoyed for the last several years remain in place, if not expanded. And if they just remain in place, that would cost the US government an additional $4.6 trillion. Okay, over the next, 5 years. Those trillions of dollars are supposed to go to us. We pay the US government for things like Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. We pay the US government to go around the world and make sure that people aren't needlessly dying from easily preventable diseases. Because not only is that just the right thing to do, but it also furthers what is called soft power. It benefits us to do that. And if in the process, this 25-year-old recent college grad neo-Nazi motherfucker manages to break this archaic ancient system and it goes down for a few weeks, people were flipping the fuck out when this system was not accessible for Medicaid for like 6 hours last week. If that system goes down for weeks, people are going to die. We're looking at like a potential collapse of our civil society. So, that is what is currently going on. In the background of this, Congress has been out of session. All of this with DOGE was timed for when people in Congress go back to their home districts in order to talk with their constituents. And wouldn't you know it, Congress is back in session today for the very first time since all of this started. So if you've been wondering, where are the congressional Dems? Why aren't they doing anything? Why aren't they saying anything? They haven't been in Washington, D.C. because they've been doing their jobs locally. So, that is the current state of play. We have a bunch of young neo-Nazi groypers breaking stuff across the US federal government, overseen by the richest man on the planet, and, Republicans are just letting it happen. If you rely on Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, or any number of federally funded government programs, regardless if you are a Democrat or a Republican or someone who just doesn't pay attention to all this and doesn't really have a political identity that you can flesh out fully, this should concern you, because if these payments stop, if this system breaks, if this control is allowed to stand, our country effectively becomes a dictatorship or just the economy explodes. Those are kind of like the two options for outcomes here. All right? If we do not stop it. So I guess there are three options. We stop it, the economy explodes, which, by the way, takes the entire global economy with it, because again, trillions of dollars flow through the US government every year. Or we have a fascist dictatorship who no longer needs Congress. Those are kind of the three options at play here. So this is Congress actually being in session, and they are holding rallies outside of the Treasury Department demanding access. So that gets you all caught up to speed on what is happening. If you guys want more details, I highly suggest you look at the video I put up today, where AOC, we go over AOC laying out the state of play and what we can do about it. This is one of the things we can do: make a fuck ton of noise and physically show up.
We just tried to enter the Treasury building as of Congress. And we will, because we need to provide oversight to Elon Musk and his team. We don't know what they're doing behind these closed doors.
Yes, there are things you can do about it as ordinary people. Show up to protests. Organize an effort to go and talk with your elected congressional office. Like, show up physically at their offices to bring up this issue in order to get their attention. Nothing freaks out elected officials' teams and themselves more than people starting to show up at their offices. But make sure you go with multiple people, and if you need, I can here I'll post I'll throw up a resource for you guys to use if that is at all interesting for you. Here we go. This is a resource put out by Indivisible, the same group that is currently helping to put together this protest. There you go. Posted it in all the chats. Basically, you can use this tool to find protests in your area or create your own protest. You can also, it also gives you a script for how to talk to your elected officials. And it also gives you just a process, and it is useful, I promise. So take a look at it and read it in full to understand it. All right, here we go.
The people deserve transparency. The fact that an unelected billionaire has all your private information is a problem. He has access to all of our information, our social security numbers, the federal payment system, which means he's calling the shots on our taxpayer money. Right. You mean to tell me a man worth over $400 billion is going to decide what happens with my grandma's social security check? There's absolutely...
Yeah, if you're not in the United States, you're kind of out of luck as to how to influence this, I suppose.
No oversight as to what he's doing. What's to stop him from stealing taxpayer money? Nothing. That is why we're here as House Democrats, to hold the line and fight for our constituents. Listen.
Yeah, I guess, you know, if you don't live in the United States, support Stream, because I need to get paid to do labor.
They campaigned across the entire country, telling people they were going to fight for working people, but they lied. Yeah. They want to use the government to further enrich these corrupt billionaires and corporations. They want us to believe that the reason we can't pay for our health insurance, the reason we can't cover rent, the reason kids are dying on the streets due to gun violence, the reason there's so much wealth inequality and that so many people live paycheck to paycheck is because of the immigrant, or because of the trans person, or because of your neighbor.
Also, you love to see elected officials in Congress standing up for trans rights. You know, like, fuck yeah, man. Good on you, Maxwell Frost. Maximum left. Yeah, the very good to see.
They lied. It's because of corrupt billionaires like Elon Musk and corporations, not our fellow working people. I'll end by saying this. We might have a few less seats in Congress, but we're not going to be the minority. We're going to be the opposition.
That's right. And I will say, on the note of we have a few less seats in Congress, if you are able, there are a number of special elections coming to fill currently vacant seats in the House, because on paper, Republicans should have a majority of 4 seats. But 3 of those seats have been appointed, meaning that Donald Trump took those elected Republicans and rendered their seats vacant. And there's going to be special elections. And honestly, we need to do our best to try and make sure those special elections come up Democrat, because any of those seats, if we can just narrow it down by 1 seat, we are in a much better position to negotiate in Congress. Okay, that it helps us a lot to make the margin between the two parties as slim as possible. All right. So another thing you can do is look into those special elections in New York and Florida and figure out where you want to spend your time, money, and effort to try and get a Democrat elected.
We're not going to allow them to steal from our people, from working class people, and we will fight, we will provide oversight, and we will win. Let's go!
Let's give it up for Representative Frost. Next up, we have the wonderful Representative Jasmine Crockett from Texas.
I'm going to try my best not to preach.
Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you. Because every day that we show up in D.C., we show up for you.
That's right.
We know who we work for.
Jasmine
we
Crockett's
know
a real
that we
one.
work for the American people. And what we're not going to do is stand around while they pull this bullshit that they trying to pull right now.
Go ahead.
This is why I'm not going to be able to preach, because I probably won't be able to stop cussing.
Take your time.
But let me tell y'all something. I know some of y'all have been frustrated, and you've been saying, where are the Democrats? Where are our leaders? Well, I'm here to tell you that we ain't never left y'all.
Go ahead.
All right? We are here. We are also going to make sure that they uphold the law. We are not going to sit around while you go ahead and desecrate our Constitution, or you look at the laws that have been passed into law and say, never mind, we'll just ignore that. Instead, we are going to be in your face, we are going to be on your asses, and we are going to make sure you understand what democracy looks like. This ain't it.
Hell yeah.
So let me tell you something, Mr. Trump. You gonna learn a few lessons from us. And I'm gonna be the first one. You and your little friend off of Twitter. Y'all about to find out, all right?
Your little friend.
Now let me be clear. What Maxwell said is true. Our job is to conduct oversight. We both serve on the oversight committee. And right now, as elected leaders who tried to go in, we were told, well, hold on a second. We got to check to see if you can come in. Now, y'all know he likes to pal around with Putin, right? He's trying to turn us into Russia. Yes, he is. But I got news for him. We, the people, will not go.
That's right.
It's cold out here. And y'all, yeah, we won't go. We won't go. We won't go. We won't go. Listen, the final thing I'm going to say is there are those that have said that we may face a constitutional crisis. I want you to know that the crisis is here.
That's right.
I want you.
Honestly, Pinfold 1000, we are currently in the cool zone. And during the cool zone, folks, the chances of, if we were to prevail, these people going to prison escalates dramatically. The cool zone is cool like that. You know, the cool zone has a lot of bad things on the table, but also a lot of good things on the table. There are possibilities, doors open to us. Okay? I will say this, though, like, my analysis has been firmly that if they do, you know, the two bad options, Donald Trump becomes a dictator, or the economy explodes, it's going to get violent. I don't think we're anymore looking at prison time, because the possibility window gets insane. And that is not me advocating for violence here. That is just my read of the situation. Like, if this stands, if Elon Musk continues mucking around in here with no consequences whatsoever, if the economy explodes, well, these are scenarios where people lose restraint. People lose faith in the federal government, and they take on their own sense of justice and into their own hands.
You to know that the
like if you've ever wondered how did the French Revolution get this bad? Like how did it get so bloody? Like, we're kind of on the cusp of finding out if either the economy explodes or Trump tries to make himself a dictator. Those are kind of like the two ways that people get radicalized towards violence in politics. I wish I didn't know history. Yeah, me too. It's a goddamn curse.
power belongs to the people.
Again, to be clear, not advocating for violence. That's just my analysis of history and politics.
People, though, y'all,
right.
do not feel powerless. In this moment, as the vice president said as she conceded the election, she said, dark times may be ahead of us, but she said it's only in the darkness that we can see the stars. I am telling you right now that the stars are right here. It is time for us to shine. It is time for us to be heard. It is time for us to make sure that they know we will not go.
Thank you. All right, next up we've got Senator Jeff Merkley from the great state of Oregon.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is one of the best.
When we fight,
We win!
when we fight, when we fight, all right, we're ready to fight, so let's get at it.
Now, folks, one of the things you have to understand about these protests that are happening right now, about these events that are going on, this is like the bat signal for liberals. Guys, like they're sending up the alarm so that liberal normies pay attention. And the fact that we are seeing middle of the road Democrats come out, you know, alongside progressives, indicates that they know exactly the existential nature of this problem, and they cannot afford to sit back on their haunches and do nothing. Because we all know liberal Democrats would love to sit back and do nothing. We all know that. They are coming out to these events, and they are being cringe, and they are doing their, you know, their little dances because they know how bad this is. And on top of it, let's be real, liberals really like the cringe. They like when, you know, Chuck Schumer puts forward a bill that's called Stop the Steal. You know, they're like, ha, got him. And then they share it among their liberal friends, right? Like that's one of the things that they tend to do. It's not, it is communication not designed for us. Okay? But in this time, there are going to be liberals who tune into more radicalized programming like myself, and we need to make sure that we accept them with open arms, all right? We need to accept them, explain the situation to them, and radicalize them through that knowledge. So, let's keep going. Also, if you haven't yet, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show's only made possible thanks to viewers like you. It's the only way I could do it.
Did anybody vote for a government of billionaires for billionaires? No! Are you ready to stand up and defend our democracy?
Yeah!
What we're in the face of right now is an authoritarian takeover of our country, and we say, hell no! Hell no! Hell no!
Hell no!
The first thing The first thing that an authoritarian dictator wants to do is take down the folks, the inspector generals. That's what he did, and we want them restored. We want the inspector generals back in. And then reinstate. And then what happened? He took and went to the FBI offices and had those who cover the executive branch marched out of their offices. That is so wrong. We want the FBI looking at Trump and his team. And then, of course, replace the regular news with propaganda. You see, take the mainstream press, throw them out, put in the right-wing crazies to mislead the American people. How about we make sure the people know through every possible network that this authoritarian takeover is happening and that it's not okay, and we're going to make that happen.
Like, what he's saying is actually pretty important, because I know a lot of us have been freaking out for the last several days because we pay attention to politics closely and intensely. Most people don't. Most people have no idea that any of this is happening. They're just like, oh yeah, Elon, he's the Iron Man guy, right? Man, I bet he's making space-age technology in Washington, D.C. And then they go hum a little song while they go about their merry way. Like, that's where most normies are at, all right?
And the constitutional crisis, it's on us. It's here. They are transferring the power of the purse to the president.
Wait, Starm asks, does any of this matter? Yes. Because the reason that they started and began this entire process while Congress was out of session is because they're fucking terrified of us. Okay? They are fucking terrified of a mobilized electorate descending upon Washington, D.C. and every corner of this country. They are terrified because there are hundreds of millions of us and there's only a small handful of them. Okay? There are hundreds of millions of us and they're trying to steal from hundreds of millions of us. And they know exactly the gravity of the crime they're doing. So they are terrified of exactly what is starting to be mobilized in Washington today. They are terrified. There's a reason why every single one of Elon Musk's DOGE employees suddenly went silent on social media the second they were outed. There's a reason why the U.S. District Attorney of Washington, D.C. Has put out a statement saying, anyone who identifies these young men and will be prosecuted. It's because they're scared. If you are in an actual position of power, it does not matter if people mobilize. They do not have that power. And the other thing that they, maybe they aren't fully aware of yet, but is very apparent from my perspective, is that the people who are leading this attempt to steal from 100 million of us are not smart. Okay, a lot of people have been like, oh man, it maybe Donald Trump actually was playing 5D chess. Maybe Elon is actually, doing next level moves. Guys, if you are doing an actual intellectually driven fascist coup, would you fuck with the payment system that ensures payments go out to our soldiers? Would you fuck with the system that ensures that veterans get health care? Would you blanketly tariff our closest allies without any carve-outs for your biggest corporate donors? No. Like if you were actually smart about it, you would do all of those things. They have done none of them. And the U.S. military, for as awful as it is in a myriad of different ways, right? When you drill down into it, these are people who have been indoctrinated to be loyal to the Constitution of the United States. And you might say, oh, well, they're not that bright. You know, some of them might go along with Trump. Some of them may. But they're not going to go along with Donald Trump if suddenly their paychecks are late. You know, like they are working class stiffs for the most part. They can't afford that shit. When tariffs hit, they're gonna take it hard too. These are not the maneuvers of smart, calculating fascists. These are the moves of desperate, greedy, power-hungry men who don't know what the full extent of what they're playing with yet. And the military has not been indoctrinated. It's not like we've had the Hitler Youth raising up, you know, perfect ideological little clones to be thrown into the war machine. That has not happened. That's the level of indoctrination you need for a fascist military. Yeah, Elon Musk can't even play video games on his own. Like you guys think he's gonna be smart at doing a coup? No. So, very important things to point out. That this matters. Talking to your Dems, talking to your elected Democrats, talking to your elected Republicans matters. And why does talking to your elected officials matter, guys? Because Democrats are feckless and spineless. And you need to keep them accountable by showing up to their offices and making sure they know that you are watching them. Because knowing that there is going to be a political consequence if they vote to confirm one of these motherfuckers that is, you know, Donald Trump is trying to appoint, well, that'll make them, you know, pause. The more people you can get to visit that Democratic congressperson, the more likely it is that they will, you know, hold the line. And why should you, you know, if you're in a red state and have Republican elected officials, why should you bother to show up to their offices? Because they are vulnerable, especially in the House. They are vulnerable. They cannot afford to lose that many votes. And one of the things we have to do in a time like this is we have to rely on the fact that other people are also going to be stepping up to do their part in other districts and other parts of the country, right? So what you need to do is you need to go and meet with that Republican office if you know, are safe. If you know, by the way, if you know any like white blonde ladies who are brash and willing to go instead, and you're like a more vulnerable section of the population, weaponize your ally Karens, okay? Weaponize them, send them to the offices, okay? Show up, make those Republicans worried that people are watching, and they may just defect, because not every Republican in Congress has their district locked up in the bag, and they know it, okay? All right? Well, Shadamart, that's the thing. He does not, like, for all the power that Elon Musk has, do you think the U.S. military is loyal to Elon Musk? No. Do you think the U.S. military is loyal to a guy who could potentially destroy their ability to get paid? No. Do you think the U.S. military is going to be loyal to a guy who's fucking with the VA? No. The more people know about this fuckery, the less they are going to be willing to support any kind of actual violent coup to put down protests. Okay? That's why this is important, because turning up and protesting like this, you know, putting together primers, posting on social media about this, talking with your liberal or conservative friends and family about this, that's why this is important. The more people who know, the less likely it is that they succeed in their coup. This is important. We are in a time where it is important for each one of us to ask, what can we do? What are we willing to do? And to, at the very least, pick a couple of those things and act on them. I am not in a position to tell each and every one of you what those things are. You got to do your own brainstorm. You got to look at what your situation is. You got to look at how much energy you have. You got to look at which groups, what skill sets you got. Okay? And pick a couple of those things. I've been telling people, pick 3 things that you can act on and make progress on doing those 3 things. All right? Yeah, you guys think the military is loyal to a Fox News host with no, like, leadership ability at all? No. They're not gonna die for Pete fucking Hegseth. They're certainly not gonna kill U.S. civilians for Pete fucking Hegseth.
There's a fellow called Russell Vogt. He's going to... He's a white nationalist who despises the working people of this country. He has no role to be in the Office of Management, I judge it. So,
well, keep in mind, Storm, you don't have to apologize to me, okay? Because I know I've been freaked the fuck out, but I've moved beyond. I've gone plus ultra, you know, as the saying goes. I've gone beyond the depression into rage and into action mode. And I'm going to tell you this, the one good thing about rage and being in a mindset of action is that you do not feel, you do not feel depressed. You do not feel that hopelessness, because agency is anathema to hopelessness. By going out there, by making decisions, by acting in the world and working with others, that is the antidote to what you are feeling, that hopelessness. All right. And another thing I will say is that, this is really important. I need all of you to commit to doing something related to this, because it is incumbent on us. There is no one coming to save us from this. We, the people of the United States of America, made this fucking country, and we, the people, need to fucking keep it. All right? No one is coming to save us but ourselves. There is one fucking way out, and that is by fighting these goddamn motherfuckers.
While we're kicking Elon out, let's kick him out as well.
Also, Zeke DeBeast, thank you for the $20 super chat.
Incredible set of speakers right behind me. You're going to hear from them, but you all are the real power here. Use every network. Back home in Oregon, I had 5 town halls this week, and people said, what can we do? Well, how about this? Move with Move On. Join Indivisible. Sign up for the Working Families Party, and let's take back America right now.
Yep. Join any of those organizations. Join DSA. Join your local Democrats, because you know what? For as liberal as they're gonna be, they are going to stand with you in this time. Okay? They are generally well-meaning people who just don't know better, all right?
Hey! Hey! Ho ho! Elon Musk has got to go! Hey! Ho ho! Elon Musk has got to go! Hey! Ho ho!
Yeah, Lady Raincloud, I think you taking on an election for co-chair of your DSA chapter, tech coordinator, and executive community member at large, while also heading the MVDSA Trans Rights Working Group, I think that counts as enough. I think you're going to be acting with your plate full here.
Elon Musk has got to go!
And I will also say, I know that a lot of folks are doomering right now. Action is the antidote to doomerism. But more than that, doomering is merely like the flip side of accepting that they've already won. And when you do that, you've already surrendered. You're waving your white flag. And that is not something I will tolerate in any corner of this community. This is a community built on hope, on love, and on action. And I hope that you will do your best to fight your demons, all right? They'll win when I'm dead. Hell yeah.
I got you fired up. Last time. There we go. And let's hear it. Let's hear it for Jeff Merkley. Thank you. And I'd like to introduce Auntie Maxine, representing Maxine Waters with California.
Like, guys, do you have any idea what it means when Maxine Waters comes to an event like this? She's, like, the most powerful member of Congress right now. She's ancient as hell, and she's a liberal, all right? She is a Libby liberal. All right? She is not a progressive. These are strange times, and they make for strange bedfellows, okay? Welcome liberals with open arms as far as they will help our resistance.
Hello, everybody. We have convened here in the right place, the Treasury Department.
That's right.
We have got to tell Elon Musk, nobody elected your ass. Nobody told you could get all of our private information.
They're getting
Nobody
spicy.
told you could be in charge of the payments of this country. We have told you've made enough money off our government yourself. And now you want to take everybody else's payroll and make sure that they don't make the kind of money that you've made. Oh, you want to use our money to go to Mars. No, we want to use our money right here in Washington, D.C., in this country. We want to make sure that all of our federal employees are protected.
That's right.
Guys, Maxine Waters was born in 1938. Maxine Waters, a liberal, is cursing in this speech. Even Jasmine Crockett wasn't dropping curse words. Like, liberals who are in positions of power right now understand the existential nature of this threat. They cannot afford to sit idly by on the sidelines.
We've got to make sure that you know and understand nobody elected you. You think you're the president of the United States of the
Oh, Jasmine Crockett said bullshit. I missed that. I'm sorry. Never mind. They're on equal terms.
The co-president that can take over, go into our private payment system and do whatever you want to do. You got another thought coming. We're going to stop you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a crisis in this country. We're in a crisis in this country because Trump and Elon Musk and the billionaires have decided they're going to put us all in our place. They're going to run this country. They're going to make sure that they take over everything. Are we going to let them do that? No! Are we going to let them run this government in the way that they can make even more money? No! And so they won't stop. It is so brazen. Every day they're taking new actions. They're taking executive actions. Every day they're doing something. Do you know that Trump and the billionaire class have created more cryptocurrency? Do you?
Holly Hoomst, yes, I do think that if one of the things you guys are good at is sassy memeing on the internet, all right, memeing about how Donald Trump is Elon Musk's bitch is maybe one of the best ways to put a wedge between the two, unironically. Also, if you just want to make Elon Musk mad, he's one of the thinnest skinned motherfuckers to ever exist, all right? Like, just make degrading memes about Elon, and, you know, I think that will put them both off balance, you know? If, you know, you're just looking at posting on the internet. Which you should be doing more than that, but if that's all you can do, that's all you can do.
You know that that cryptocurrency is not a donation, it's not an investment, it's going into their pockets. Do you understand that the money makers are in charge, they think? But when the people decide that we're not going to be trumped on.
Just be careful with the libs. They will throw groups they see as dispensable under the bus. Use them, but don't let them use you.
That's right. And, Celadon Faye, thank you for the 20-pound dono. I really appreciate it. But also keep in mind, libs only feel comfortable throwing those types of throwing vulnerable groups under the bus when we are not active and exerting power. When we, the farther left, progressive, socialist, communist folks, are not exerting power among their ranks, they feel comfortable throwing us under the bus. Which is why one of my theories of change is that you guys need to start going. If you are a far left individual, or a maximum left individual, in fact, you guys need to start going to your local Democratic Party meetings, okay? Because I've been to mine, and you know what I saw? I saw a room of about 15 80-year-olds just chomping at the bit to try and give power away to anyone new at the meeting, all right? And you want to know what? I think if you showed up with like 10 more radical people, you could probably get all of the positions of authority in your local Democratic Party. And you can radicalize the liberals there. Because guess what? They're not, the people in your local party, they are not there because they are getting paid off by big business. They're there because they're just well-meaning folks who don't know any better, So take control of your local Democratic Party. And you know what? If enough of us do that, they're not going to feel very comfortable throwing minority groups under the bus anymore, are they? Just a thought.
That we're not going to be walked on, that we're not going to be stumped on, that we're not going to allow them to control our lives and push us out, that when they understand that, we will win.
That's it.
We've got to be prepared to be out here no matter how cold it is, no matter if it's the rain, no matter if it's snowing. We've got to be here. This is our country. This is not Elon Musk's country. This is not Trump's country. This is our country. We deserve to have decent jobs. We deserve to have the respect. We deserve to be treated in a way that all Americans should be treated. And so let me just tell you now, I have Elon Musk's major office in my district. He won't even meet with the local elected officials. He said he was going to tunnel under from his office all the way to the airport so he didn't have to be among the measly people on the ground to get to the airport.
Yeah, like Elon Musk is so aware that people dislike him that his plans entirely revolve around him building like secret tunnels so no one ever sees his movements. Dude knows people hate him because he's a fucking bitch, man. He's got no fight in him. All he has, the entirety of Elon Musk's life story and accumulated worth, is that he was born into an apartheid family that owned emerald mines, that ran slave conditions there. And you want to know what? His grandparents moved to apartheid South Africa specifically to support apartheid. And when apartheid ended, he and his mom moved out of South Africa. His entire life is just lucking into wealth. And then he, someone in college was like, hey, what if we did a bank but online? And he was like, yeah, sure, here's all my family's money. And then they got massively rich off of that, PayPal. And then he's been mooching off of other people's accomplishments ever since. And right now, the number one people he mooches off of? Us! It's us! He mooches off of government contracts.
He is a low-down, dirty, no good person along with Trump that cannot be trusted, and we must not be afraid of them. Again, when the people fight, we win. When the people fight, we win. When the people say that you'd better see us because we damn sure see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Next up, we have Representative Stanbury. Where are you? There you are. Here we go. Let's hear it for her.
Oh, Co-Incel Pro, excellent username. He invested in PayPal early, but then he literally got kicked out of PayPal's board because he would not drop the idea of renaming PayPal X.com. Unironically, that is why he got ousted from PayPal. And on top of that, what you're describing, like, is essentially what happened with Tesla. Tesla was a pre-existing company that he bought, and then he rewrote the history of the company to make it seem like he was the one who founded and made Tesla. He's a LARPer with billions.
All right, good afternoon, America! This is your country!
That's right.
Let me hear you say it! This is our country!
This is our country.
We are not going to let an unelected private citizen steal our data.
That's right.
We are not going to let Elon Musk steal our country.
That's right.
And we are not going to let Donald Trump dismantle everything that America stands for because this is our country.
That's right.
Look, if she yells at a certain frequency just loud enough, all of the glass in Washington will break and throw the government into chaos.
Now, I was asked to come up here just a moment ago because there are, at least 24 members of Congress duly elected by the American people, and we have been denied entry into the United States Treasury. To do our job as the oversight body elected by the people to hold these people accountable. And as we stood out here tonight, as the Secret Service duly did their jobs, and we are grateful for what they do to protect this country, they were notified that the Secretary of Treasury was too busy to take our call.
These are literally members of Congress. They are being stonewalled out of these organizations so that Elon remains unaccountable to any kind of governing body. This is a coup attempt.
He is too busy to be accountable to the American people. He is too busy to know that we are here to demand our oversight responsibility and to make sure that they are held to account, and this will not stand.
That's right.
So, as has been said, now is our time to organize, to mobilize, to take back our country, and to let these people know that this is our country, and we will not let them steal it. We will hold them accountable, and we will take it back.
Yes.
Yes. Let's hear it.
Let's go.
Okay, next up we have Senator Blumenthal from Connecticut.
You're going to do that? Okay.
I'll introduce you. Thank you.
I'll tell them. Sorry. You want to do that?
Thank you for being here. To America, this is America. This is what America looks like. I am so proud to stand with you in defense of America, and when you think back on this moment.
Yeah, Cascavi, this is an excellent opportunity if you've ever wanted to radicalize liberals This is an excellent opportunity. And I can tell you, this past weekend, I sat across from a lunch table with my mom. And you want to know what? I clearly laid out, hey, Mom, like the reason this is happening is because the accumulation of capital leads to the undermining of these regulations that are supposed to protect us from capital. They buy political favors, undermine the protections we get in things like the New Deal. And this is the inevitable result. And you know what? She looked at me and she was like, you're right. You're right. And I'm really worried there's going to be violence soon. That's where my liberal mom, who less than a year ago was like, I don't understand why people have problems with Hillary Clinton. That's where my liberal mom is at. All right? Now is the time to radicalize, folks.
10 years from now, 20 years from now, you will remember.
Did they come out because Schumer blew it? No, you have to understand, Schumer didn't blow it. Schumer seems like he blew it by introducing cringe legislation, but that is red meat to liberals. Liberals go look at that and they're like, ha, I'm going to share this with everyone. Excellent own, sir. And even though it does not move the needle in any real material way, it is a bat signal to liberals. That action got liberals to pay attention. All right? That's one of the reasons they're able to do these events and have these liberal politicians there, because they are trying to set the narrative and signal to their liberal base that this is unacceptable. They are ringing the alarm bell because the vast majority of people in this country do not know what is currently happening. Our news systems are currently controlled by the same people who are going to benefit from this massive, massive tax cut for the wealthiest, 1% of Americans. Have you not thought it's weird? Have you not thought it weird that the headlines from all of the major mainstream news outlets are downplaying this, are sane-washing the actions of Donald Trump, are sane-washing the flagrant violation of the Constitution that is Elon Musk? It is more important in that kind of an environment to do headline-worthy things that even the, censorship of the rich and powerful cannot stop. And you know what? For liberals, saying, naming a piece of legislation, stop the steal, that'll get through. That'll get through.
This is the moment that made a difference for America, because the message here is we have to reach beyond this crowd.
Oh, non-binary asks, what happens if Elon wipes all the servers and rips everything down, destroys the backups, etc.? One, we do not know that there are backups for the Treasury payment system. We do not know that. Okay, that is something we cannot, with a reasonable amount of assurance, say, because that system has never gone down. It has never missed a payment. It has never gone down. So we do not know if there are backups, or if there are backups, if they still function. We don't know. Secondly, if that payment system is deleted, society on a global scale is going to, in some places more or less collapse. Hundreds of millions of people rely on payments from the federal government just to live through the day. Every aspect of your life as an American is supported by payments being made, billions of payments being made by this system from the federal government. If it goes down, we're kind of in a point where, no one knows what would happen. But it would be almost we go into hell world, essentially. Because then at that point, the only systems we can rely on are state payment systems. And, the trillions of dollars that would normally flow through the federal government cease to flow. And what happens when you take trillions of dollars out of the world's largest economy? upon which all other economies on the globe function. I think you can kind of see how bad that would be, and how I don't think anyone on the planet is really capable of conveying the exact enormity of what would happen in that circumstance. I can almost guarantee you that there would be, in a relatively short order, immense amounts of violence, likely directed towards the people who perpetrated that kind of action. So that's maybe one of the only few things I could confirm for you. Well, keep in mind also, King Kerplunk, the military relies on that payment system too, you know?
Reach beyond this city, reach beyond Democrats to Republicans and say you are losing your country too.
And I know that this seems cringe, but keep in mind that, like, this is a nonpartisan issue. Everyone, like if this payment system goes up in smoke, everyone goes down. It is mutually assured destruction for everyone. So, yeah, reaching out to Republicans in your life to try and help them understand that, like, if Elon Musk is allowed to do what he's doing, the end of life as we know it is an honest to God possibility. It should be a nonpartisan issue.
And to all of the federal employees who are here today, if you're a federal employee, raise your hand. Raise your hand if you work. We are proud of you. We are proud of you. You serve America. How many veterans do we have here today? Thank you. Thank you, every one of you.
Also, keep in mind 2.3 million people currently work for the federal government. You know, like just so much comes to a screeching halt if that payment system goes down.
Now let me just say to you, all of your disability benefits, all of the payments that go to your bank accounts, all of that information,
all of your Social Security
now belongs to Elon Musk. All of the people who receive any checks, tax refunds, your information is now with Elon Musk. And all of the Americans who pay taxes, your information is with Elon Musk. Every American's information is at risk. Your private...
No, non-binary at this point. I don't know that there is a point where Elon Musk can go, oops, I didn't do anything, and like walks away from this scot-free. I don't know that there is an outcome to that looks like that for Elon Musk.
Your security, every one of you. What is Elon Musk going to do with that information? What does Elon Musk do with anything he touches? He makes money. He's going to make money from that private information, not only himself, but his billionaire friends. So we need to send a message to America. Everybody has a stake.
What about Trump? I don't know. A lot of things can happen in the cool zone.
In Elon Musk enriching himself, all of the self-dealing that marks Donald Trump's presidency so far, all of that self-enrichment by the billionaires, all of...
Like, guys, you have to ask yourselves, when there are literally hundreds of millions of people who rely upon these payments in order to live on a day-to-day basis, if you suddenly stop those payments, what do suddenly hundreds, like 100 million people who are going to die without that federal assistance, and we have a gun in this country for every man, woman, and child like 3 times over, what do you think happens to people who have nothing to lose? I think we can all very plainly see what kind of outcome is being laid on the table should this happen.
the freezing of money and funding, all of the hiring freezes, all of the firing of inspectors general, it's all to pay for billionaire tax cuts. And Elon Musk will use this information for billionaire tax cuts. All of you today.
You know, the issue though, Alan Olive, is not that, oh, they care deeply about the people who are going to suffer from this. The issue that I'm putting forward here is that if you have 100 million people who have nothing to lose and feel like they're going to die anyway, and they are armed, that's not something you can afford to not care about if you have any sense of self-preservation. That's all I'm saying. You know, that's like, you know, oh, I'm King Louis. I'm gonna walk through the French Revolution. Nothing bad's gonna happen to me. Like, I think you need to have some level of awareness there, bud, of exactly what happens in the streets during the French Revolution.
This smash and grab by Elon Musk is gonna stop. The way it's gonna stop is through you. Thank you for being here today. God bless everybody who is here. Thank you so much. And now I want to introduce my great colleague from the state of Maryland, who is fighting for us, who represents so many of you, Senator Van Hollen of the great state of Massachusetts. Thank you, Dick.
Thank you, Dick, and it's great to see all of you here. I see a sign there saying stop Elon's takeover. Are we going to stop Elon's takeover? You bet we are.
Yeah, this guy over here brought his beating stick too. This guy came prepared.
The most corrupt bargain we've ever seen in American history. Elon Musk gives $250 million to elect Donald Trump, and Donald Trump turns over the keys to the United States government to Elon Musk and his billionaire friends and his cronies. Are we going to let that stand? Hell no, we're not going to let that stand. This is happening all over the federal government. Many of you joined us the other day at the Agency for International Development. This is happening at the Justice Department. What we're witnessing here...
You know, the cane really makes me think of, you know, another incident that happened in the U.S. government. You know, just throwing it out there. There was a time in American history where, like, a sitting U.S. senator could just be beaten with a cane on the floor of Congress. You know, I'm just throwing that out there. That's a thing that has happened in the past, and there were no repercussions for that. And you know, just something to think about.
Is the biggest heist in American history. Elon Musk coming into the Department of Treasury and stealing Social Security numbers, personal data.
All I'm saying is be wary of people with canes in Congress, all right?
Are we going to let this stand? This is all about taking over the government in order to advance the interests of Elon Musk and the billionaires at the expense of everybody else in America. It was the big lie and the big betrayal. The big betrayal. Donald Trump said he was going to... Someone's... Lock him up.
It is day one, and you have a furious crowd outside the Treasury chanting to lock up Elon Musk, the world's richest man. It has been one day. There are more days in the week.
It is pretty clear we have to fight.
I honestly, I do agree with that sentiment. We need to lock him up. Like, it needs to be cashless bail. You go to jail. Do not collect $200.
This in the courts. We have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets. We need to fight this all over America. And we need to make sure that the billionaires don't take this country away from the working people of America. That's what it's all about. Stop the coup, stop the grift, stop Elon Musk, take our country back. Thank you all very much for being here, and it's going to be a long march, but we will win.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much.
No regular order in the Senate.
Thank you, thank you.
Regular order in the Senate.
I just want to thank all of these leaders. We're not done yet, but thank you for your leadership. And next we're going to bring...
Yo. I'm seeing people in chat be like, why are we focusing on this instead of, like, deportation camps? And I understand deportation camps have the most immediately visible and understandable and intuitive amounts of suffering associated with them that we should oppose with every fiber of our beings. I understand that. But understand that what we are talking about here is a fascist takeover of the entire country. And if you do not stop that fascist takeover of the country, we get so many more camps. We get, do you understand? The U.S. military is the most powerful military force on the planet. We have more nuclear weapons than any country on the face of the earth. And if you do not stop a fascist coup, the fascist has control over that apparatus. And that's just one of the things. That's not even taking into account the incalculable amounts of damage that get done to everyone else, that get done to the entire world. So we need to stop this now if we are to stop any of the other abuses. If we are to mobilize against anything, it must be this first. All right? Like, you don't go into a hospital with, like, a head wound that is bleeding out and have your surgeon pick out a splinter from your toe first. All right? That's effectively what we're talking about here.
Up Senator Chris Murphy. Thank you.
We are in triage mode, folks. This is an emergency.
So it feels like the people of America have woken up. We are wide awake to the fraud that is being perpetuated on this country inside this building, and we are not going to stand for it. And I don't know about you.
What is the abuse? The abuse is Donald Trump and Elon Musk taking the power of the purse from Congress. It is literally subverting the constitutional authority granted to Congress. The number one thing that Congress is supposed to do is being taken by the presidency, by the executive branch. It is a unilateral takeover of our government. That is what is happening. The purse? Yes, okay. All right, I guess we'll back up. I'm going to calm down. So for those of you who do not remember high school, okay, Congress is a independent branch of government, and one of the powers that is afforded to Congress is basically the ability to vote on budgets, and those budgets are then binding across the entire apparatus of the government. And it is, beholden to the U.S. Treasury to then disperse those funds appropriated by Congress. That is what the power of the purse is. What Elon Musk and Donald Trump have done is that they have looked at Congress and said, you've approved these funds, but we're going to go into the Treasury and stop those funds from getting to where they need to go, which is usurping the power of Congress. It is an administrative takeover of the United States. It is the destruction of one of the constitutionally constructed bedrock ideas of America. So that's what we are talking about. It is an undermining of the established order in such a way that it gives unilateral authority to the president and those the president appoints to effectively do whatever they want. They're pausing the international purse only so far. They want to close down every department. The entire purpose of them getting in here and getting control over the Treasury payment system is not so that they can close down one or two departments. The point is so that they can shut down Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security so that they can give that money, instead of to you guys, the people who pay into it, to instead give it to the richest people to ever exist in America. That is what they are doing. That is explicitly their plan. There have been leaked memos from Republicans at this point that confirm that that is their plan. And the main thing you have to keep in mind is that in 2017, Donald Trump passed one of the largest tax cuts in American history to the tune of trillions of dollars to these rich fucks. And you want to know something about those tax cuts? They sundown this year, meaning that this year, all of those tax cuts that these rich fucks have been enjoying off of our dime end. And so what they're doing is they are coming together in order to use all of their power and influence in order to find the money to extend those tax cuts and even expand them. And what that is going to cost is around the tune of $4 to $5 trillion. That is $4 to $5 trillion. And those trillions of dollars were meant for you and me, for our children, for our children's children. It is a robbery on a scale literally unimaginable. I want you to try and sit there and think, and imagine in your head $1 trillion of anything. You cannot do it. It is an unimaginable level of wealth. Yeah, honestly, hit the mat. Maybe that is a better, a way to, wrap your head around it. This would be like someone coming in and stealing the entire net worth of Fort Knox, 20 times over. Like, if you simultaneously did 20 robberies on the scale of robbing the entire gold reserve of the United States. There is no precedent for this level of looting. And they know that, which is why they are having to do something completely unprecedented. So when we are talking about this issue, that is what is at stake here. And keep in mind, if they fuck up the edits that they are making to the Treasury while they shut down one or two of these government facilities and test out their skills, and that entire system goes down, society and the global economy collapse. All right? So that's what's at stake here.
But I don't think the United States Senate should vote for a single nominee that's going to participate in this fraud.
I don't even understand how they accessed secure Treasury facilities without immediate arrest. Make it make sense. Basically, to kind of give you guys a bit more background, I guess, Elon Musk's team of unelected, unappointed people have been trying to get access to the Treasury Department since before the inauguration. And the acting secretary of the Treasury told them no, 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 until shortly after Donald Trump's inauguration. At which point, Elon Musk personally forced the head of the Treasury to resign, the acting head of the Treasury. And at that point, the next person to come in gave over the access to the Treasury, the admin credentials. Keep in mind, this is a system that is so complicated that there are maybe 10 people on the planet who fully understand how it functions. And it's currently being fucked with by a 25-year-old who's 4 years out of college and does not understand how it works.
When we open up the Senate every single morning, we don't pledge allegiance to the billionaires. We don't pledge allegiance to Elon Musk. We don't pledge.
Why haven't the police or FBI intervened? Likely because they are aware, I mean, for a couple of reasons. One, because I'm sure Donald Trump has control over those different agencies at the moment. And two, because, frankly, if you are going to arrest the world's richest man, you need an ironclad case, you know? Because you really get one shot at it. So that's kind of that's a couple of the reasons why that hasn't been done yet, in my estimation.
Pledge allegiance to the creepy 22-year-olds working for Elon Musk. We pledge allegiance to the
like also all of the prosecutors in like the federal government in Washington D.C. do not show the willingness to prosecute him. So there's that.
United States of America. And so I want to make sure that my mother gets her Social Security check, not because she pledges allegiance to Elon, but because she pledges allegiance to the United States of America. I want to make sure your neighbor gets their tax refund, not because they pledge allegiance to the billionaire class, but because they pledge allegiance to the United States of America. And so we have work to do right now. Every single one of us has a responsibility to stand up to this fraud. And it is true, we have to reach out to everyone in this country, conservatives, liberals, Republicans, Democrats, and tell them that we have not months, we have not weeks, but we have days to stop the destruction of our democracy. We have work to do.
Guys, when Chris Murphy is talking about this in these terms, you need to understand we're in a goddamn crisis. You know, like he's literally standing there. We have days. So what I need all of you to understand is that you need to plan to take action on this in like the next day or two. You need to commit to doing something tomorrow or the day after at the least. All right? You need to make sure you're calling, emailing your elected officials. You need to do things now. It is imperative that you do things now. There is a protest being planned in every single city, in every single capital city, in every single state tomorrow. It's called the 50-51 protest. And it is vital that you turn up to protests like that, okay? Some people are saying, oh, don't show up, we don't know exactly who's putting it together. And honestly, from what I've been seeing on the scuttlebutt from other organizers is that there have been safety meetings and that the people who are currently trying to put those together are just kind of terrified for their safety for putting together and resisting a regime like this. It seems to be largely grassroots. And honestly, if you feel at all uncomfortable, don't go, but figure out something else you can do. But if you are just like, fuck it, we ball, show up. All right? Because guess what? Even if it is, like, worst case scenario, it's a honeypot. Okay, you show up and get arrested at a protest. Good. Make them arrest you. Right? Like, we should be doing that. But understand that we are not quite so cooked yet that, like, people, like, if we show up to protest, like, government agents aren't just going to gun you down in the streets. That is not a possibility on the table right now. So, do your own value calculations and figure out what you're going to do. All right? We are in the cool zone. And as the saying goes, we're in a time where years can happen in a day. That's kind of how fast things are moving right now. I need you all to understand this. This is why I've been streaming like nonstop for the past 24 hours. All right?
And so we will fight with you to make sure that in this country, it is the people that rule. It is the people that rule, not the billionaires.
Yeah, honestly, when your kids and grandkids ask you what you did during this time, wear that mugshot like a badge of pride, all right? If you get arrested tomorrow, own that shit. Get it framed. Put it on your wall because it's going to be important, all right? We in our Discord, riverboat.gg/Discord, if you want to join. We have a bunch of tools for folks to help each other in mutual aid fashions, but also we have a very important thread about protesting and protest safety. Make sure you read that if you are going to go to the protest tomorrow, because it is important to be safe when you attend protests, all right?
Back this country from Elon Musk. Thank you, everybody.
That protest guide, by the way, put together by veteran protest medics. So it is reliable, it is good, it has invaluable advice on it.
No, I don't know. Oh, it's the press.
I think we.
It's the press. I think we have Senator Warren on the way. That's what's happening. Warren, yeah. Is she right there? Warren! 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 Yeah, it is her.
Senator Warren is in the house. Come on up, Senator Warren. The people want to hear from you. Let's give it up for Senator Warren.
All right. In the building behind me, Elon Musk is seizing power from the American people.
By the way, here is a picture, because we can't really see too well outside of who is on screen right now. Here is a long view of the protest. There are a lot of people showing up at this protest, folks.
We are here to fight back. A few months ago, Elon Musk spent $280 million to buy an election for Donald Trump.
Yep.
Now, Elon Musk is here to collect on his investment. He is here to seize power for himself. We are here to fight back. Musk has grabbed control of America's payment system. This is the system that makes sure that your grandpa gets his Social Security check on time. This is the system that makes sure that your mom's doctor gets paid for her Medicare exam. Elon Musk wants the power to turn that on, to turn that off, as Elon Musk decides.
And like, I shouldn't really have to point out why having that power like opens the door to innumerable horrific abuses, you know? Like, he could effectively put in place like a loyalty system that, like, you know, has AI logging how loyal you are to the Elon regime or to the Trump administration, and those who are deemed loyal enough by the AI system get their Social Security checks, get their Medicaid, get their Medicare. Anyone who is not loyal enough gets shit. Like it is actual dystopian fascist overreach in real time.
Elon Musk wants the power to say that your grandpa, who frankly is a cranky old guy, and sometimes disses Elon on X, doesn't get his Social Security check on time. Elon Musk wants power to say to your mom's doctor, you're not doing it the way I would, so the doctor doesn't get paid. Elon Musk wants the power to decide whether or not every road repair in America goes forward, whether or not every Head Start center in America opens, and whether or not every military base anywhere in the world operates according to Elon. Elon Musk.
You understand, right? It basically gives him control over the entire military. This is not a tenable situation. We are in a moment of tension between two sides that cannot give up for a variety of reasons, and that is why we need people to mobilize. Because that tension is going to build until one side or the other breaks. And if enough of us turn out, it will be their side that breaks, and we will fix this. Because frankly, we can't afford to lose. They can afford, the billionaires can afford less money. You know, having less money, they can afford that. But your mom, your dad, your grandpa, you can't afford to have your existence threatened like this.
Elon Musk wants everyone in America to be at the mercy of Elon Musk.
When a billionaire comes asking you to bend the knee, you say, no, motherfucker.
We are here to fight back. Fight back. Fight back. Now, no one elected Elon Musk.
Because guess what? Yeah, honestly, Lady Raincloud, excellent point here. When billionaires come to you and demand that you do something for them, you have to be willing to say, make me. All right? Tap into your inner bratty sub, okay? You look them in the eye and you say, make me. Because guess what? There are more of us than there are of them. They cannot make all of us comply. They are incapable of it. They do not have the manpower or the resources, and that is ultimately why we will win, because there are more of us than there are of them, and we believe in democracy.
To nothing.
That's right.
Not one Democrat in America voted for Elon Musk.
Not one.
Not one Republican in America voted for Elon Musk. Not one independent in America voted for Elon Musk. Not one libertarian in America voted for Elon Musk. Damn, not one vegetarian in America voted for Elon Musk. And yet, Elon Musk is seizing the power that belongs to the American people. We are here to fight back.
And honestly, guys, you may have seen this video going around on social media, but you know what? I'm going to share it anyway. This is the kind of attitude we need to have when we are contemplating resistance, all right? When we are thinking about it.
Okay, thank you.
What are we wanting to put in?
Okay, now I need the emblem out of that to go into this stuff.
You want this?
You want this?
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, Nazi bullshit.
Okay, no problem.
If you wanted a modern German forestry seal or something in it, I will denazify shit. But I won't renazify shit.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
This is the perfect encapsulation of how weak these Nazi fucks are. All right? How weak they are. They rely on your compliance. All right? Elon Musk, Sieg Heiled, days ago, he showed the world who he is, what he is, and we need to tell him Nazi punks fuck off.
This is no longer business as usual. We will speak out. We will rally. We will power a movement all across this country. Elon Musk wants power, and we will fight back. So good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dear. Thank you.
And keep in mind, guys, this is day one of Congress being back in session. There are a lot of days left, and there's a lot of room left to escalate here from our side. And we need to be going 110% when we are coming out against these Nazi fucks trying to take over our government.
All yours.
All right, let's set it up. Let's hear it for Senator Warren. Wyden. All right, next up we have Senator Ron Wyden from Oregon.
So, on the Finance Committee, I'm the point guy to make the decisions that really matter for the people who are here and the people of our country. And I'm going to tell you, this is not complicated. It's not hard to design. We've got one message today. Tell Elon Musk to take his hands off your money.
Yeah, keep in mind, he's not stealing from just the U.S. government. He's stealing from you. From your mom, from your brother, from your sister. He's stealing from all of us.
As you know, it's about choices. And some of these Musk people know what they want. They want to cut Medicaid. They want to cut hunger. They want to give the money to the people at the top. Not going to happen on our watch, everybody. And I'm looking out at this great crowd, and it seems to me there's one message for the billionaires, and that is that political change doesn't start at the top and then trickle down. We're here to say we're going to be organizing from coast to coast. Change is bottoms up, and we're going to protect these funds in the trust. Count on it today. They are not going to be meddled with, and I assure you that's the case. God bless.
Damn, keeping it short and sweet. All right, let's go.
You here for more? Yeah. Let's hear for more. Yeah. How about Representative Emily Randall from Washington? Where are you at? There we go.
All right, Emily.
Go Emily.
Go Emily.
Thank you. I represent a community in Washington State with more than 27,000 federal employees. Wow. With nearly 100,000 veterans. Retired, disabled elders, children on Medicaid, folks who are using their voices to demand that we have a government run for the people,
That's right.
not the billionaires.
That's right.
My constituents sent me here to do real work for them, to ensure that they have the tools to build the lives and the futures that they dream of. This is a circus that Trump and Musk are creating in order to distract us from the real work and in order to make their cronies rich at our expense. Offices have been flooded with calls from neighbors who are desperate, who are scared, who are fighting back. I believe in those people. I believe in all of you and all of us that when we stand together, we will win. Yes. We will take our country back, and we will build a better future for all of us. Thank you.
That is the kind of speech we needed. You know, we need people going out there and saying in front of the entire country, we will stand up and we will fight for, you know, people who are disabled, for those of us who rely on Medicaid, for those of us who rely on Social Security, for those of us who rely on Medicare. We will fight. We will go to the mat and we will fight. And Michelle Cuseo, welcome aboard the riverboat. This is the bread and butter of my politics. I do not believe in capitulation or giving up. And we need to take this energy, by the way, when we win, and we will win, we need to take this energy into our local politics to make our local areas better, too. Our mission does not end after we beat Elon Musk, because there are always going to be men like Musk out there in the world, and we must always fight them wherever they raise their heads. I didn't hear no bell.
Hello, everybody. Are we going to fight the fight? Yeah. Are we going to win the fight? Yeah. Are we not going to rest till we win? Yeah. Let me say first some good news. Every one of the 47 Democratic senators is going to vote against that horrible, dangerous man, Russell Vogt, on Wednesday. And
Russell Vogt, by the way, one of the architects of the Project 2025 agenda. He needs to be stopped at all costs. That is why one of the pieces, one of the tools that I've been posting in chat, and I'm going to post it again right now, is a call to action and an explainer and a resource for you to be able to reach out to your local elected Congress people and demand that if they are Democrats, that they take action to hold the line against Russell Vogt. And if they are Republicans, to know that we are watching and that we know that they are vulnerable and that they cannot do this. And that if they do, a political price will be extracted. You need to be able to reach out regardless of who is elected in your area. Make sure Democrats hold true to their promises and make sure Republicans fear lashing out and making this man powerful.
We cannot allow Elon Musk and small group of people.
Yeah, Russell Vogt has literally said disabled people need to die for the good of the country. So, you know, he's literally a cartoon supervillain.
To secretly, behind closed doors, take away our privacy, take away our dollars, take away everything we have. We are going to fight this fight. I am going to stand with you in this fight, and we will win.
I understand socialism is not a crime. I understand the reticence to stand alongside liberals, but guess what? We're in existential times. We do not have the luxury of being able to choose our allies because we need every single body we can get to turn out and stop this. I understand that there are going to be some people who turn up their noses, but I need you all to understand what is at stake when you do so. And understand that it is the existential livelihood and ability to continue existing, of every disabled person you know, of every trans person you know, of every undocumented person you know, and it is not at all acceptable in our circle and in this house to not show solidarity in this moment in time. When we are past the crisis, we can go back to our respective corners and we can go back to radicalizing liberals. This is the moment we need to stand in solidarity for our mutual survival.
We will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. All right, we're going to
Guys, you got liberals out here chanting to shut down the Senate. We actually are getting fight out of elected liberals. I have not seen this equivalent ever. This is what we need right now. I am actually kind of shocked that elected liberals are seemingly rising to the moment. You know, I could be disappointed at any given time, but you know what? I will take it.
shut down the Senate! 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 Hey! Hey! All right, Representative David Min, where are you? There we go.
Yeah, we are in the cool zone where you're getting like Chuck Schumer chanting about shutting down the Senate. You know, we're in the cool zone. A lot of things can happen in the cool zone, a lot of bad things, but also some kind of cool things.
Appreciate you all. So I was just elected to represent the 47th Congressional District in California. I succeeded Katie Porter. And like Katie, like Senator Warren, before going into politics, I was a law professor. And we're here because we are in a constitutional crisis, the likes of which we have never seen in this country. Yep. Yeah. We're here because Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, is repeatedly and blatantly breaking the law, including by usurping our authorities, the legislative and appropriations authority expressly reserved to Congress. Now, the Constitution is simple. We appropriate the money and Treasury delivers it, but Elon Musk taking it over threatens all that. Musk has claimed powers that even the president does not hold, including the power to, quote, delete agencies that he doesn't like, agencies that Congress created and funded. Now, who the hell gave Elon Musk this authority?
Nobody!
No one. No one. It's not in the Constitution until yesterday. Elon...
And keep in mind, again, these are all the actions you would do if you wanted to make a dictator. That is what we are fighting against right now.
Elon Musk had no official role with the administration. Now, all of us up here today, we had to take an oath, just like every senior White House official, like every senior federal official out there, to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Yeah. You know who never took that oath? Elon Musk. Now, the White House claimed just yesterday Elon Musk is a special governmental employee. Now, and there's no evidence that he was ever appointed that role, but let's be clear. He is special, very special, but not in that kind of way. Right. And special governmental employees do not have the right to delete agencies, fire federal employees, shut off access to their accounts. No. But let's step back and ask, why did Elon Musk want to take control of the payment system?
He's a special little birthday boy.
That's the $64 trillion question. And we know why, because he made clear he wants to cut $2 trillion from our budget. Now, if you look at our budget, there's not $2 trillion to cut unless you massively cut Social Security and Medicare, and that is what he's after.
And now he has the ability to shut off your Social Security, Medicare, any payments he wants with the flip of a switch. Obviously, he has control of our information as well. He has broken the law time and time again. This cannot stand. He must be held accountable. He must be made to pay. We must enforce the law.
Toas, they literally called it a coup yesterday. We also covered, they did a similar event like this, though it was smaller, yesterday, outside of USAID, and they were calling it a coup. So, like, they have been using that language, and they will continue to use that language. I think even Chuck Schumer used that language earlier today, if I'm recalling that correctly. So, don't worry, that language is being employed. You know, usually I'm against chants to lock people up, but I'll make an exception in this case because dude's an evil motherfucker and is a current, ongoing existential threat to the continuance of the American experiment.
So I just want to close with this. I did not vote to elect Elmo as a Bond villain as our president of the United States. We have to uphold the Constitution. That's what we're here to do. Now, Republicans have attacked us time and time again because we model the values of diversity and inclusion. Well, that is what America's about. Don't let them tell us we're not American. We are the true Americans here. America is about us. We have to reclaim our country. USA! 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 Thank you.
USA! Thank you, Representative Min. Senator Ed Markey, come join us down here. Thank you.
And folks, just real quick, if you are getting anything out of this stream, we've been going for about 2 hours now. Please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, very important for other people to find. And also consider supporting stream financially with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because that is what allows me to do what I do. This is my full-time job, and it's only made possible by folks like you guys supporting me. So thank you for supporting my coverage. I really, really appreciate it. Have you slept at all today? I literally did a stream last night, ran 7 miles instead of sleeping, took a shower, did another stream because we're in crisis mode, passed out, and woke up to do this stream. So we've been going. I have not even eaten food yet. So let's keep going because it is important. All right.
Thank you all. Our patriots, our revolutionaries, they fought against King George. They wanted a democracy. They did not fight to create a king or a dictator. They fought in order to make sure that there would be checks and balances.
I really like this approach, by the way, because we haven't had a lot of like sitting members of Congress frame it in this way of like old school patriotism. But honestly, one of the easiest ways to make the appeal to old school patriotism is to be like, you know, we founded this country on fighting dictators and kings, all right? We fought them then, and we're going to fight them now. That is what is core to our being of America. And I, for one, like that messaging, and I think it resonates a lot with liberals. Yeah, no kings, except for King Kerplunk right there. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate you rising to the occasion.
In Alexander Hamilton, they sing. They sing of the room where it happened.
One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $5 super
Leave
chat.
this on and go eat food. I'm paying to tell you this. I took a nap this morning and ate this afternoon. Go eat.
No,
we can wait.
It's too important. I can afford to miss a meal. We cannot afford to waste time. It is important that we do this, that we get involved, and that this message goes out to as many people as possible so that tomorrow we have, you know, a dozen more events that are twice as large as this one. Okay, we need to be making a stink in every corner of America. It is not like I will eat after stream is done. Don't you guys worry, all right? But
donate to Jack. Like
it's important.
Me, and you too can feel special for a few seconds as she says your name.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so goddamn much for making this stream function. All right, let's keep going.
Happens. Well, this Department of Treasury is now
Also, Darcy, thank you for becoming
Trump
a member.
Has given Elon Musk the keys to all of the tax money, all of the programs, all of the hopes, all of the dreams of all Americans.
Marky's still got some fire.
But this is not the room where it'll happen. This is the room where it's going to happen. It's going to happen out on the streets.
Wow. Since I can't order parts from AliExpress anymore, might as well donate the money to Jack. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for the incredibly generous 10 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much for that BWA energy. Let's go. Ethereal, thank you for the tier 2 sub.
No gods, no kings.
No gods, no kings, no masters. Let's go.
Of our country. We are not going to make America great again by making America hate again. We are going to stand and fight. Those revolutionaries, they got knocked down, but they got up and fought.
They got knocked down.
They got
up again.
But they got up and fought. The suffragettes, they got knocked down, but they got up and fought. And right now, all across America, people are knocked down, but they are getting up and they are going to fight the dictator of Donald Trump and his henchman, Elon Musk. We cannot allow this unlawful, unfair, unconstitutional act to stand. We are going to stand and fight. 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 Let's go and do it.
Please grab a snack.
I'm not gonna lie. Hearing that old man call Donald Trump a dictator, like, dude, we are solidly in the cool zone. There are some cool possibilities on the table right now, and I, for one, am very excited to see how we win this.
Tyrannus.
6 Semper Tyrannis indeed. Nerodia, thank you for the 5 tier 2 subs. Making red names in chat. Let's go. My God. Blueberry Bumblebee, thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate it.
Only streams.
I did shovel popcorn into my mouth right before stream started, so I will be okay, guys. I'm not going to die. I promise. I'm all right. Sam Nimus, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. No VODs, only streams.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, seeing an old white man in Congress call Donald Trump a dictator accurately and then call upon the American people to fight, like, I needed to see that, you know? And it's important that you all see it too, guys.
All right, let's give it up for Representative Ayanna Pressley. All right, first of all,
We need to arrest Elon and not even give him due process, just put on a show trial and get rid of him immediately. No human rights for fascists like him.
I mean, I do think we need to, like, summarily arrest him in a way that does not allow him to merely just rotate through. Honestly, I talked about this a bit yesterday, but there is a distinct possibility that, like, if Elon Musk got arrested, Donald Trump would simply issue a pardon. But you all know that the first thing Elon Musk would do after being pardoned is go back and do the same crime again. And effectively, we could just keep arresting him. Honestly, I would be fine if we just get him stuck in a loop where he gets arrested, pardoned, arrested, pardoned, arrested, pardoned, and it also makes Donald Trump look bad. So I think it's a win-win if we just keep him going through that revolving door. All right?
Happy Black History Month. Come on, man. Which is American history. That's right. There's a sign back there that says DOGE actually means dangerous oligarchs grab everything. Well, ain't that the truth? Yeah, come on. I am so tired of these billionaire boys and their grubby little hands grabbing at everything. Hands off our bodies, hands off our data, hands off our tax refunds, hands off our social security checks, hands off our constitution, hands off our democracy, hands off.
Let's go!
As a proud member of the Committee on Oversight, I'm here for some real-time congressional oversight.
Ayanna Pressley.
And you are a beautiful sight to see, and you prove that the power of the people has always been greater than the people in power. That was true in Seneca Falls. That's right. That was true in Selma. That was true at Stonewall. And it will be here true today. This is an unprecedented moment, a constitutional crisis, but we will match their energy.
Let's fucking
With
go.
unprecedented organizing, mobilizing, agitating. We will see you in the courts, in Congress, in the streets.
I will give you credit for
Elon Musk
manipulating
is a
good darling,
Nazi
RBJ.
nepo baby. A godless, lawless billionaire who no one elected. Elon, this is the American people. This is not your trashy Cybertruck that you can just dismantle, pick apart, and sell the pieces of.
Fuck yeah.
And I want to say to our Republican colleagues, pay attention. We're here
I disagree with
today
the
in the
idea of
hopes that you will see the light. But if you do not see the light, we will bring the fire. Resist!
What a goddamn queen right there. Goddamn. You know, like trashy Cybertruck Nazi Nepo baby bullshit. Let's go. This is the kind of fire we needed. And I saw someone in chat ask, like, where was this fire, like, 10 years ago, a year ago? This is the kind of fire that happens when we are in an existential constitutional crisis. This is fire driven out of necessity, something that has not motivated Democrats in quite a long time. Also, Malin Miller, I'll read out your comment. I muted it real quick just so that we could finish up her speech here. I disagree with the idea of deporting Elon because that would be too kind to him. He needs to face punishment in this country by the people he hurt. Yeah, that's probably accurate. Just hanging. Thank you for the $2.99 super chat. I appreciate that as well. Let's go, folks. We're in the cool zone.
Yes, thank you. Representative Subramaniam, where are you at?
Right there.
Right there. Oh.
Also, keep in mind, guys, this protest got thrown together in about 2 days. Congressional Democrats are moving about as fast as they can here. This is an unprecedented level of mobilization in such a short amount of time. Necessity is driving all of this. They would not be doing it if they did not have to.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you so much for being here today. Are we ready to fight? Yeah. Well, we're gonna need.
Yeah, the indivisible call to action was 2 or 3 days ago, guys.
do, because what's going on inside that building is unprecedented in history. Never before have people who have nothing to do with our government come over here and try to...
It's time to make Trump and all his sycophants fear we the people.
Indeed. You know, typically in the past, the reason like wealthy people got into philanthropy was because they knew if they didn't, working people would embrace the politics of the rock. You know, the politics that happen when, you know, Grug doesn't like Ugg and just uses the big rock. So typically business people would get into philanthropy because that helped kind of smooth over some of the edges. We are long past that. Philanthropy has become like a way for them to launder money for themselves. This is what we are we're dealing with. We're basically at the point where like this is kind of the last courses of action we can take before it becomes the politics of the rock. So that's kind of where we're at. And yes, Stoudman, the Trump administration is being sued over banning transgender healthcare for minors. So now we have Donald Trump literally going to bat against 5 kids. You know, Donald Trump's lawyers are going to have to look a bunch of kids in the eye and say, you don't deserve medical care. And I think those kids are braver than the troops.
Steal our data and try to steal our taxpayer money. They have access right now to the most private information of yours. Your kids, you, everyone you love, they have that information right now. Are we going to let them take it? They have.
Yeah, honestly, if that excellent point, Stoudman. If those children can fight against Donald Trump in court, each one of you has no excuse for giving up. Each one of you has no excuse for not taking action tomorrow or the day after that, all right? We need to act.
Access to all our taxpayer money, and in a flip of a dime, they can take it away from agencies, from taxpayers, from everyone. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, they can take it away. Are we going to let them? This is the fight of our lifetime. In 20 years, our kids are going to look back and wonder what.
Well, you know, if you have health problems, figure out how you are going to act, even if it is via online means. Figure out a way. Make it work.
What did we do today? What did we do this year? What did we do these next 4 years? What are we going to say to them, right? Are we going to say that we fought? Yeah. Because what happens when we fight? What happens when we fight? What happens when we fight? Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you, Representative McIver. Who we got? There you go. Hit it.
Look, I came here with one simple message, just like you all. We will not take this shit from Donald Trump and Elon Musk. We want you to know, as mentioned, we came here for an oversight visit in this building behind us, and they told us that we had to have an appointment for an oversight visit. So let's let them know loud and clear to let us in. Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Donald Trump thinks that he is a dictator. But we are going to prove him wrong. I came here to Congress in September, and I want Donald Trump to know that this Jersey girl means business. We will not stand for this. We will fight back. The people always had the power. And I tell folks, we've been talking about it all day today. Someone told us that Republicans had their phones off the hook so they wouldn't take your calls about what's going on here. Boom to that.
They are afraid, chat. They are afraid because we are close to winning. So fight. Do what you can and fight.
And I tell you that when we need to organize and mobilize and tell people to call every elected official of Congress and let them know, especially the Republicans, that we will not take this. We will fight back. Fight back. Fight back. And as I close out, because I know we've been out here for a long time, and goddamn it, shut down the Senate. We are at war. Anytime a person can pay $250 million into a campaign and they be given full access to the Department of Treasury of the United States of America, we are at war. Thank you.
This is the kind of rhetoric we need. We are at war with Elon Musk and Donald Trump. We are at fucking war. Give it like 2 more days, they'll be busting down the doors to the Treasury, all right? Give it like 2 more days. Not a joke. Not a joke. Damn, that was rousing. It's nice to see Democrats actually give a shit.
Thank you, thank you. Who wants to hear from Jamie Raskin? I think they're calling you.
My friends, we got to keep meeting like this.
Jamie Raskin's got the Riz.
I was at AID yesterday. I'm going to go to USAID to defend the federal workers.
We saw you, buddy.
And I saw Elon Musk tweeted out a picture of a non-violent, boisterous rally saying, "Looks like an insurrection to me," he said. You know, and in his native apartheid South Africa, that might have looked like an insurrection to him, because the authoritarians don't know the difference between an insurrection and a non-violent popular protest, okay? So I want to give a little seminar on it. An insurrection is when the president, who's been defeated by more than 7 million votes in an election, tells people to go and fight like hell, or they're not going to have a country anymore, and they go and they beat up our police officers, wounding and injuring and hospitalizing more than 140 of them. And they chant, "Hang Mike Pence." That's what an insurrection looks like. That's what an insurrection looks like. This is not an insurrection. This is a resurrection today. Why don't you tell America what democracy looks like? What does democracy look like? Well then, if we're looking at the Treasury Department, tell me what plutocracy looks like. What does democracy look like? This is what democracy looks like. What does plutocracy look like? Well, my friends, they sent a memo to 2 million federal workers called the Fork in the Road. The Fork in the Road. Wait a second. They took the memo verbatim from what Elon Musk sent the workers at Twitter when he took over that company, and now he thinks he's taken over this company. And so he sent everybody the exact same Fork in the Road memo with the exact same subject line, Fork in the Road. My friends, the real fork in the road is between democracy and autocracy in America. That's the fork in the road. That's the fork in the road. So, we don't have a lot of time to get this right. Do you want Elon Musk controlling your parents' Social Security checks? Do you want Elon Musk controlling the flow of money to the red states or the blue states? Do you want Elon Musk controlling congressional appropriations to disaster areas around America? Are you willing to fight day and night, dawn and dusk, to fight Elon Musk and take our government back?
Let's go!
My friends!
It's not a perfect comparison, but this is basically the American equivalent of Russia in 1993.
Yeah, except we're gonna win this time.
I'm gonna leave you with the words of some great democracy patriots who we gotta keep close in our hearts. First, the great Frederick Douglass, who was born an hour away from here in the Wye River Plantation. And he became a great freedom fighter in the Civil War and through Reconstruction. And Douglass said, if there's no struggle, there's no progress. And the struggle may be moral, it may be physical, it may be moral and physical, but there must be struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, and it never will. A message to you from the great Marylander, Frederick Douglass. I want to leave you with the words of the great Tom Paine. You know, he came over to America in 1774. He fell in love with the promise of America. He said, if this land lives up to its values and ideals, it will become an asylum to humanity, he said. Not an insane asylum, mind you. A place of refuge for people seeking freedom, democracy, self-government. And he wrote Common Sense, the pamphlet that ignited the American Revolution against the kings and the queens and the oligarchs and the plutocrats and the emperors, all of it. But 1776 was a tough year. Half the people are still running around saying, you can't beat kings and queens. Everybody's always lived under people like Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un. But half of the people said no. They said, let us gamble on democratic freedom. Let's pledge to each other our sacred honor, our property, our very lives to fight for democracy and freedom. Said Tom Paine, and then in 1776 he wrote a pamphlet to give people courage and hope. It was a tough time. The country was split, and a lot of people were caving in to the monarchs and the plutocrats. And he wrote a beautiful pamphlet called The American Crisis. I want to quote a tiny little passage for you. I'm going to update the language pursuant to instructions from Nancy Pelosi, who said Tom Paine was a feminist, and that he was. He was fighting for women's suffrage in the 18th century, just as he was fighting for abolitionism too. But he wrote this line, and he said, these are the times that try men and women's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will shrink at this moment from the service of their cause and their country. But everyone that stands with us now will win the love and the favor and the affection of every man and every woman for all time. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, but with this saving consolation, the more difficult the struggle, the more glorious in the end will be our victory. Let's make that victory ours.
I'm not gonna lie. That was fucking good. That was fucking good. You know? Still just as fiery. Exactly, Ashley. Like, I am not prone to feeling patriotic. I'm feeling a little patriotic after hearing that. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it matters that they're coming out and giving these speeches and appropriately pointing out that this is tyranny. That the Trump administration is trying to take the tyrannical path. They are trying to destroy democracy so that they can loot the remains for the wealthiest people to ever exist. All right, that is what they are trying to do. And when you look at like what are the news organizations reporting right now? Here's Politico. One of their top columns right now is Democrats are falling for Trump and Musk's foreign aid trap. And I was just taking a look at it earlier today. And you want to know what they're talking about? You know what? You want to know what they're talking about? They're like, they're literally being like, like Obama's chief campaign strategist is like, you know, you don't have to fight every fight. And it's like, no, actually, this is a fight we need to fight. It's not just U.S. aid that is at risk here. It is the Treasury payment system. It is an undermining of the Constitution that has no comparable moment in the history of America. Somebody donated earlier that saying something along the lines of, this is worse than 9/11. And yes, it is worse than 9/11. This is one of the worst data breaches in not just U.S. history, in world history. The payment systems of the U.S. Treasury are one of the most sensitive secrets the United States possesses. Those secrets falling into the hands of Elon Musk's cronies is an existential threat to all of us. Not any one branch of government, not any one portion of the population, to all of us. And not only that, if they screw that system up, it blows up the entire economic system of the world. The United States is the dollar is the basis for every single economy on the planet. And if our economy suddenly explodes because the federal government is no longer circulating money through the economy, the entire world's economy goes with it. Okay? So it is like we look at these headlines and it's just like, what Elon Musk said is a bold-faced lie. And it's like, we are so beyond just pointing at a guy and calling him a liar. You know? We are beyond that. And like other articles, they've really done their homework. The unexpected power of Musk's digital assault on Washington. He is undermining the Constitution every minute, every hour, every day that goes by. We are in existential danger. All right? God. Also, the new foreign policy news is horrific, okay?
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Raskin. We've got a few more folks to...
Also, people are asking for a link to this video that we're going over. Here you go. Here's a link to the old stream. And my coverage will be up shortly after we finish this stream.
And we're also going to give you guys some homework, some stuff to do about this at the end. So we're going to hear from Representative...
Homework? That's for you guys. Let's go.
Teresa Fernandez. Yeah. Where are you at? Buenas noches, America. How are you tonight? How is the crowd?
1 second. Socialism is not a crime. Do you think there's a high chance of an actual intervention given the extent of the overreach? Ultimately, I think the oath people take is more important than what some fascists want to do. I do think that there is a high chance for intervention. Like this kind of overreach is to an extent that is largely like we cannot caution it. You know, like it is not something that our system can tolerate and continue to exist. You know, if Elon Musk gets this close, there needs to be a political price for that. There needs to be some kind of price for it. And because if there's not, someone inevitably is going to try this again. Okay?
I am Teresa Fernandez, and I represent the beautifully
newly divorced district in Nuevo Mexico, but I am also the chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and women are going to war. Women are going to war. Let me tell you, I am here on behalf of the women, the mothers, the veterans, all those women who are afraid with what they're doing. Yes. Because we know that they don't want us to know what they are doing, do they? But we do know that they have been attacking women since day one. They have been attacking women since day one. They have told us that we cannot control our own body. And what do we say to that? We demand equality. We demand equality. We demand equality.
Some people are asking what foreign outlets are saying. Al Jazeera is quite literally calling it a coup. Like, is accurately reporting that some people are calling it a coup at the very least.
They have been taking food from the mouths of babes. They have been telling military women, you cannot get.
Yes, Donald Trump did just say that the United States is effectively going to annex Gaza, or portions of Gaza. So, yeah. Anyone who said that Joe Biden and Trump would be the same on Gaza, yeah, we'll move past that.
The health care you deserve. No, absolutely not. And now they are telling us we cannot go in this building to find out. Well, we say open the doors. We say open the doors. Open the doors, because we demand the right. Yes. To know what you were doing. Yes. But more importantly, we demand that you take your hands off of our money.
Raid from
we
Zateo.
Demand that you stop.
Well, welcome, Zateo Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You are more than welcome here, and thank you for finding your way here. I, for one, very much appreciate it, and I hope you guys get cozy. Unofficial Zateo raid? Gotcha.
You stop giving an unelected billionaire the right to our savings account, to our retirement account, to our payments, because that's what he has. Would you invite Elon Musk or his interns into your own savings account? Would you ask him to come and rifle through your regular house bills and what you pay and don't pay? Would you, oh my God, would you ask him to say, come on over, take a look at my children's personal data? Hell no, absolutely not. And we cannot let him do that now. We cannot let him do that now, because we know, but it's not just Musk, it's Trump. Because let's face it, that man and his cabinet, they don't think, some of them don't even think we should vote. They don't think we should serve in the army. They don't think we should have all the offices that we do. But I tell you, we are in Congress, we do vote, we do show up, and we are here to say, take your hands off of our money. Trump is betraying the American voters when he gives this power to Musk. But I am going to be asking my Republican colleagues, are you betraying your voters when you don't stand up and speak out? Are you betraying your voters when you don't say no to what Trump is doing? So let me tell you, they might flood the zone, but we are going to flood the phones. We are going to flood the phones with phone calls, and we are going to I am calling on all women across America, call your representatives, flood those phones. Women across America, make sure that every representative, every senator, Democrat, and especially Republican know that this will not do. This will not do. Because when women stand up, we win. When we fight back, we win. When we fight back, we win. When women speak, we war. They don't call
us Mama Bear for nothing, right? They don't call us Mama Bear for nothing. We are going to show up, we are going to fight, and we are going to be with you every step of the way. Muchísimas gracias. Hasta la victoria.
Yeah. Thank you. Next up we have Representative Seth McIver, Magaziner, sorry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Seth from Rhode Island, and I see a whole lot of people in front of me who love them.
I'm seeing some people ask, are we going to have a French Revolution moment? And the answer to that is, that depends. If the U.S. Treasury payment system collapses because an intern altered the code wrong, pressed the wrong button, destroyed the wrong piece of vintage machinery, then all bets are off. All bets are off. If $2 trillion, which is what is estimated that they want to take from Medicaid, is taken, all bets are off. If the scale of the theft goes through, all bets are off. I don't know, like, really where it goes. All I know is that the two most likely outcomes of their course of action, of Republicans' current course, is a lot of really, really, really angry people with very little to lose. So, I do think that tends to lead to violence. What that might look like, how that might manifest, I can't begin to tell you. But I do think that is I'm not advocating for it. I'm just letting you know that is a very likely outcome if this is allowed to stand.
America who love our democracy and who are ready to fight for it. Are you ready to fight for it?
Yeah, this is what shit going down looks like.
We are standing here with you today as representatives of the people, by the people, and for the people, and we are going to get you your money back. Yes. And we are standing in front of this building because, get this, this weekend, an army of unelected, unvetted, unconfirmed, unknown children broke into this building to steal your money, steal your data, and steal our democracy. And that group of unelected, unvetted, unconfirmed children were acting under the orders of an unelected, unvetted, unconfirmed man-child billionaire who is trying to steal from you. Yes. And we are not going to let it happen. Yes. We are not going to let the cruelty of this man win. Yes. The cruelty of stealing from the people to pay for a tax cut for himself. Yes. To steal food from children to pay for a tax cut for himself. Yes. Medicine from seniors to pay for a tax cut from himself. Yes. Your data to get money for a tax cut for himself, and our democracy for a tax cut for himself. We are not going to let that happen. No. My question for you: are you ready to do the work? Because this isn't going to happen by himself. He was bragging over the weekend that he was working harder than us. So are you ready to do the work? Are you ready to do the real work to take?
Because, guys, this is a great question. Because you need to ask yourself, are you ready to work? Are you ready to act? Because these people by themselves cannot save us and will not save us unless we all individually act. Our power is not concentrated in the hands of a few. It is distributed amongst us, and thus we all must act in our own ways. All right? So ask yourself, what are you going to do? Figure it out.
A reminder that if you can't get out to protest or it's not possible for you not to because reasons of one variety or another, contact your Dem reps and make sure they're out protesting.
Yeah, you know what? If you can't get out there because of a disability of some kind, you can definitely email and call your reps, okay? You can do that. Additionally, if you cannot get out there, you can absolutely attend DSA meetings, attend your local Democratic meetings, help organize the back end of all of this stuff. It takes work to organize this. It takes spreadsheets, it takes Word documents or Google Docs. We need people to do that. We need people to take notes on meetings. We need people to volunteer their efforts, and you can do it on Zoom. You can do almost all of that organizing work online via Zoom, via, Skype in some cases, I guess. You can make this happen.
Need to get Fetterman out of office. He was the lone Dimson to vote for Pam Bondi. PSA sign up for independent media, Zetio, Wired, Handbasket, etc.
Yeah, honestly, Andrew S., very good point. I was forgetting to bring up Wired. If you guys are looking for different places to check in about what is going on, you should probably subscribe to Wired. Be subscribed to Wired. They've been breaking all kinds of stories about the digital manipulations and law breaking by Elon Musk and his associates. They've been doing a really good job of accurately reporting on these issues. Check it out. Zeteo also doing an incredible job with their coverage. I haven't heard of Handbasket, so I can't speak to that one. But a lot of these, a lot of major mainstream media is not reporting on this in a way that is accurate. Because if you were to report on this in a way that is accurate, that like a neo-Nazi 19-year-old who up until like 6 months ago was going by big balls is now one of the people currently acting directly under Elon Musk to gut the US government, that would cause alarm bells to ring from here to every corner of the country, okay? And that is accurate. That is an accurate description of one of the things that's happening. Just one tiny piece, all right? Yeah, also follow Ken Klippenstein. Everyone's leaking to Ken Klippenstein, okay? If you work in the federal government, leak to Ken Klippenstein, all right? He's doing the Lord's work, all right?
Take our country back. We are ready to work with you, and we are going to win. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Representative Bynum up here. All yours.
All right, greetings from Portland, Oregon. Now, I just started this job,
first week.
and they already got me out here in the cold. We fly 3,000 miles twice a week to put up with this foolishness. I'm not happy.
Say it again.
My baby said, Mama, you leaving again? I said, yeah, baby, I'm a patriot.
Y'all, you need to load that language into your brain, okay? You need to load that language into your brain because there is no easier way to radicalize liberals than to say, than to frame your ideals as patriotism. It is patriotic to fight fascists. It is patriotic to fight the billionaire class. It is patriotic to fight the capitalists who are coming for your rights. It is patriotic to radicalize liberals to a better ideology.
I'm a patriot. They never told me I could be a patriot, but I'm a patriot. And you're a patriot. And you're a patriot. And you're a patriot. Because I grew up here in D.C. I was a little girl. I was a little girl that rode the 50 line to Brightwood Elementary School. And they always told us the British had come to storm the city. They always reminded us the British had come, and they burned everything down, and we could never let that happen again. They told us, and here we are, Trump and his billionaire boy band. They're not British this time, this one's South African, but they came back. And we're here to say bye-bye. 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 Now, Trump, I done already sued you one time when y'all came to Portland and y'all were body snatching, and that had to stop. But I'm here today to tell you we're showing up. We are all patriots.
Yes.
They're going to take their hands out of our piggy banks.
Yes.
We're going to shut it down. We're going to tell Elon Musk, now listen to me, get your hands out my pockets. Say it with me. Get your hands out my pockets. 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 Get your foot off the Constitution. Take your foot off my neck. Now, it's important that you all know that some of us up here are parents. And the reason we serve in Congress is to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. That means not just for this generation, but the next generation, and the next generation, and the next generation, and the next generation. I'm not flying 3,000 miles away every week, twice a week for you to take my money.
Hell yeah.
I'm not giving an inch. And
Hey,
you're
Letterhack.
not giving an inch. And you're not giving an inch. This is our country.
Yes.
Like I said, Trump, I done already sued you once. I'm ready to do it again.
Let's go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Tay Lawson, I know that I've been in a bit of a funk, a bit of a despair, a bit of like inconsolable rage lately, and honestly, that's why I felt it was so important to amplify this to as many people as possible, because we have agency together. We are not alone. You may feel isolated. You may feel like they have all the cards. They do not. They do not. So we need to get out there and fight, because when we fight together, we win.
Representative Ansari.
There you go. Okay, you got it.
Good evening. Has it been a long year or what? Damn. I represent Phoenix, Arizona, Arizona's 3rd Congressional District, a community of immigrants, a community of veterans, a community of LGBTQ+ individuals, a community of hard-working American people who did not sign up for Elon Musk's hostile takeover of the United States government. We did not sign up for this hostile takeover of the government. Last I checked,
Unlike Elon Musk, we are not giving 1 inch to anybody. BWA.
BWA indeed, very knifey duck.
Trump was elected as president, but illegal action after illegal action and allowing an unelected billionaire, Elon Musk, to do whatever it is that he pleases, he literally thinks he's a king. And King Trump and Elon Musk are going after all of your freedoms, all of your rights, your money, your health insurance, your privacy, your data, and we cannot stand for it.
Yeah, none of this is tenable. Like, you may think like, oh, well, you know, maybe it's not that bad. It is that bad. We are in a crisis, and it is important in a crisis for all of us to stand together, because if we do not, those are all the things that we stand to lose. And it's an awful lot of things that every single one of us depend on every single day, whether we know it or not, for the society we live in to function and for people to get the life-saving care that they need. Okay?
They
salmon mousse. That sounds delightful.
Being here tonight, it is so important that people across the country show that this is not acceptable. This is not what a democracy is all about. We will not stand for it. We will use every lever in our power, but we need you. We need you to call your Republican representatives and ask them why they are complicit in the hostile takeover and dismantling of every agency. They went after U.S.
Yeah, honestly, I know that it can be harder to call Republican offices or to speak with Republican staffers. I know it can be harder. If you are in a position to safely do so, you know, for example, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it if you are trans in a deeply red state with draconian anti-trans laws. But if you are in a position to do it, make them scared shitless about the cost of allowing this situation to continue. Okay? Because they all know, every single Republican knows that this is an existential crisis for the country, and they are playing fast and loose with the continued, support of their constituents. Because if something goes wrong, if the U.S. Treasury payment system breaks, every single one of their constituents will be out for their blood. You know, the first person that their constituents are going to visit with pitchforks and torches are going to be their elected officials, Republicans, you know? So they know that, they are painfully aware of it, and they are doing their best right now to stick their fingers in their ears and go la 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 la, and not listen, not pay attention, and just keep their eyes on the prize, those sweet, sweet tax cuts, right? Make sure you let them know you are aware of their situation and you think that they should be worried about it. And also, if you live in a blue state, make sure you're calling your Democratic representatives as well so that they keep their spines. That's going to be very important as well.
They've gone after Treasury. They're going after the Department of Education. They're going after the Environmental Protection Agency. It is outrageous. So thank you so much for fighting with us. We will win this.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got a few more. We're going to do Representative Becca Balint next. Hey, Vermont's in the house. Every movement needs a scrappy little dyke, and I am that person.
Oh, all right. Let's go, slurs.
Let's bring it, everybody. We need to bring all of the energy, all of the talents we have. Each of you have something special to bring to this movement. I see lots of people out here saying, what can we do? How do we put our energy in? Here's the marching orders, folks. First and foremost, you cannot lose hope. I know everyone is exhausted. You're overwhelmed. You feel like you got nothing to give. I get it. You must do what you can when you can. And when you need a break, you turn to the person next to you and say, it's all for you. You go in now. You do what you can when you can. We need all of you to be our eyes and ears. Authoritarians win when we stop paying attention. You have to tune in. You have to document. You have to post what you're seeing. You have to record the truth and get the truth out. I know how tired you are. I know it. But you are not just doing it for you. You're doing it for your neighbors who don't have a pot to piss in. You're doing it for the folks who don't know if their kids are going to get fed tomorrow. This is not just about us. It's about everyone. It's about everyone.
Let's go.
And we know.
We got to get those people some piss pots. Let's go.
We know the people who have not let us in today, they are not thinking about us. They are only thinking of them. So
doesn't this just help Trump to feed into this narrative? Nope. It doesn't help Trump. Mobilizing people, mobilizing bodies, raising public awareness, all of that actively frustrates the efforts of Donald Trump. The entire project, the entire scheme that is currently being overseen here relies on the complicity of Americans. It relies on us being lulled into sleep. And it cannot succeed when we are awake and when we come to fight. They cannot actually win. Because we are mobilizing not just in the case of everything going right, we are also mobilizing here in case things go sideways. Because either way, we are going to need people mobilized, aware, and ready to scrap.
So here's what you need to do. I need each and every one of you to get in touch with your inner scrappy little dyke. I need you to be fierce.
Oh, the Geckomancer, they are also taking legal action against him. That is in place. But we need more than legal action because they do not care about the legality of things. If they did, they would not be doing what they're doing right now.
I need you to be focused. I need you to wake up every day and say, I am in the fight. Are you with me? Yes! Let's go! Yes! Awesome! How about that? Yes!
Representative Gomez, when we fight, I'm Jimmy Gomez from Los Angeles. Before I was ever known.
Well, you also need a plan for how you're going to arrest and hold the world's richest man. And you also need like a coherent plan as a political party for how to deal with that. Because if you are not all on the board and making sure the police are on board with like arresting a guy repeatedly who's going to get pardoned by the president, it needs, like, we're in a constitutional crisis because the cops coming in and arresting Elon is not actually like super feasible unless we have organized to the point where we can make those demands of the cops. And I don't know if we've hit that point yet.
Elected, I was a union member and a union organizer with the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. And we learned that we are brothers and sisters keepers. That when we speak, we make more noise than the 10,000 people who remain silent. So we can make some noise. Are we going to fight in Congress? Are we going to fight in the courts? Are we going to fight in the agencies? And are we going to win? Also, I am also on the Ways and Means Committee. It is not the sexy committee that judiciary or oversight. You do not see us fighting. But we do fight because this committee is the most powerful committee in the House of Representatives. It has direct oversight of.
Well, so part of the issue is like it's only trespassing if the government employee in charge of any given building declares it to be trespassing. In this case, those government employees are beholden to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. So, yeah. It's frustrating as shit.
The Secretary of the Treasury. It has direct oversight over taxes. It has direct oversight over trade. And then what they're going to try to do is pass a tax cut that gives $5 to $8 trillion to the richest 1/10 of 1% of Americans. That's what this is about. And here's the thing.
Like Congress can't declare that Elon Musk is trespassing. That I don't think that's really in their purview over the Treasury.
When Secretary Bessent gave access to Elon Musk and his cronies, it wasn't just about data, right?
When do you think we will have a clearer picture of everything? We have a clear picture of it right now. The clear picture of it is that, Donald Trump in 2017 passed trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the world, like the world's wealthiest people here in America, with your taxpayer dollars. And those tax cuts are set to expire this year. So all of the capital owners who got those sweet, sweet tax cuts are descending on Washington and throwing their weight behind Donald Trump to ensure that those tax cuts get renewed and expanded. So like it is not, it's not a complicated picture in that sense. All of the complications are being put out by the Trump administration and the executive orders in order to distract from the very not complicated core of the issue, which is that they want that cold, hard cash. And the issue is the US government does not have, $4 to $5 trillion just laying around, and they need to find that money. And the method that they were going to use to find that money was impoundment through the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. But that got stymied in the courts. And so they are now taking over the Treasury to try and do it in a different way. For the record, that method has already been deemed by the courts as illegal, though I imagine there are probably ongoing right now cases where they're trying to point that out to a judge. So, yes, we're in the cool zone, as it were. They also planned on tariffs as income. Yes, the reason why Donald Trump is passing all of these blanket tariffs on our closest allies is so that they can get more money to give to billionaires. That explicitly, that's what it is. They are looting the American public. They do not care about the economic damage as long as they get those tax cuts passed. That's it. That's all they care about.
Say it's about data. It's about control. It's about control. Because if you ever filed your taxes, they have your bank account number. They have your routing number. And what they can do is take that money out of your account without ever you knowing it. So that's what they can do. They can steal your money. And what we're...
Yep, and they can currently do it. It's not like they have to get that access. They currently have that access.
Gonna say what we're gonna do is we're gonna stop the steal. We're gonna stop them from stealing your parents' money, your Social Security money. We're gonna make sure that we push back, because it's all about giving tax cuts of almost $8 trillion to the wealthiest individuals in this country. And it's time that we stop the billionaire establishment from stealing our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Representative Candidate Dunn, let's hear it from you. How are you doing out here? How are you?
Yeah, worth noting, Mewtwo appeared 100% correct there in observing that the next target is the Department of Labor, because the other way that they want to raise money to give to billionaires is by cutting labor costs across the entire US government. That's why they're trying to get as many people to quit as possible, because they are trying to use that as a means of giving a massive amount of money to the richest people to ever exist.
What are you doing out here? I'm Sydney Camargo Dove. Shut down the Senate! Shut down the Senate! Shut down the Senate!
We've literally got a bunch of liberal members of Congress chanting to shut down the Senate. This is insane, dog.
Shut down the Senate! That's right! My name is Sydney Camargo Dove, and I am from Los Angeles. And we are still trying to recover from the devastation of the fires across LA County. And I can tell you something for sure. No one elected Elon Musk to make any decisions about getting my county, my city, my state aid to help us rebuild. There is an economic coup happening right here in the Treasury. And
Wait. CN Star Bunnies, to clarify what AOC was explaining, is that Donald Trump and Elon Musk selected the time after which Congress is dismissed. Their job is not to go on vacation. Their job is to go back to their home districts so that they talk with their constituents. They aren't taking a vacation. They're talking to the people that they are supposed to represent. It's part of their job. It's part of the cycle of Congress. So they were sent back to their districts to do work. And this was carefully timed so that there was no one in Washington, Republican or Democrat, really capable of doing this stuff. All right? It's not AOC being like, oh, we were on vacation. No, like, they were doing their jobs. They were doing their jobs. They, like, to put it in perspective here, like, this is not at all, like, this is an action so psychotic, so beyond the pale, that literally no one expected it. You have lifelong people who have worked at the Treasury who are, like, going on record anonymously saying, like, never in a million years, in any kind of hypothetical, would I ever have thought that someone would do this. Because it is essentially a mutually assured destruction if that system goes down. That's why no one in American history has fucked with that Treasury system. No one. Okay? They're not on fucking vacation, dicking around, not doing anything about this. They're just not in Congress, where all the cameras are, where all the attention is. Because they were doing their jobs. And that is not on Congress. That is on the president and his cronies deliberately planning and executing this coup.
Right there in Trump's White House, but there's a revolution happening right here on these streets. It is total corruption for an unhinged, unqualified.
They also need to get together a bunch of liberals and progressives and get them to agree on anything, which, as all of us know from just being in stream chat sometimes, is really fucking hard to do. And, yeah, that takes like a day or two of planning, guys. They put this rally together in the span of like 2 days. They're operating about as fast as congressional Democrats can, you know?
Unvetted billionaire like Elon Musk and his sycophants to come into our Treasury to try to take control of our government, to have access to our Social Security numbers, our Social Security payments, our medical benefits, all of the information that we use when we are trying to get a motherfucking tax return.
Let's go!
And you're gonna
This lady looked like she's about to throw hands, too. I love that energy. We need it.
take our money? Homie, don't play that. We are here because it is time to take the gloves off. We are here because we are not going to take this lying down. We are here because we care enough about our country and our democracy and our privacy and our information that we are going to fight until we win. And let me tell you something, people. You gotta eat your Wheaties. Because this is going to be protracted. This revolution will be televised, but not on X. And we are going to get up every single day and show and share and document the steal. We are going to show and tell and document the truth. We are going to show and tell and document democracy and the Constitution so that we remind every single person who is apathetic or has been sleeping that this is the time to wake up, this is the time to rise, and this is the time to fight so that we win.
You know, it's really refreshing to see congressional members dropping some spicy language like tyranny, dictator, revolution. You know, my ears prick up at that. It's really great. And I do think that one thing we need to be prepared for is that if we are successful in averting this moment of crisis, and make no mistake, it is a crisis unrivaled in the history of the United States. If we do manage to make it through this, we are going to have to continue to hold the line and fight for the next year-ish and some change, maybe like year and 3/4. You know, we are going to have to be able to hold the line and hold our elected officials accountable. We are going to have to be engaged. We cannot go back to sleep after this because sleep is a luxury that we no longer have. And on top of that, we need to make sure the line is held for the next 2 years, at the very least, until the midterms, so that we can get one of the chambers of Congress, if not both. So there we go. Why does this site have so much right-wing content? There's so much crap in my feed I do not want. Frankly, because there's more money going into right-wing content. And folks, on that note, we have been going for over 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, etc., because you guys make this show possible, not billionaires in Washington, unaccountable to anyone. So please consider supporting the show. With that, let's, well, I think it's actually about done. Let's make sure.
Thank you. Bring us home. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Ezra.
Oh no. Okay, that is where it cut off. Maybe they have a new one? Let's see. Oh no. Maybe the senator feeds are still going?
I'm going to give y'all some homework.
We are trying to, and we are.
Here we go. We'll get this last speech.
Can you hear me? Oof. I'm Ezra Levin, co-founder of Indivisible. It's not your money, Musk. It's not your money, Musk. It's our money. Whose money? Whose money? Whose money? Our money. It's our money. Now, I love a good chant, y'all. I love a good chant. Feels good to chant. It's not enough. It's not enough to chant right now. Okay? It is a school night. I'm going to give y'all some homework. Okay? I'm going to talk about one man. He was here earlier. He left a little bit earlier, but I have a message for him. Leader Schumer, you were here. You led some good chants. I like to hear those chants. Do something. Do something. Do something. Do something. Hey, I've heard another chant here a few times tonight. I've heard it a few times. Shut down the Senate. Shut down the Senate.
Let's go.
Shut down the Senate. Shut down the Senate. Look, 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 look. Hey, y'all. I like to yell at Chuck Schumer as much as the next guy. That is also enough. Chuck Schumer is leader of the Democrats in the Senate. Let me tell you what happened today. There was a vote for yet another nominee, another Trump nominee to lead the VA. You know, that's how I felt too. That's how I felt too. 22 Senate Democrats voted for that nominee. 22 Senate Democrats. You want Chuck Schumer to do something? You tell your Democratic senator to oppose these nominees. Oppose these nominees.
Which is why you guys need to get out there and contact your elected representative, okay? We cannot do it alone. We cannot sit back and allow like these people to like try and save us, because they on their own cannot do what you guys are positioned to do, okay? You need to reach out to them and you need to contact them.
It is on all of us. It is on all of us to bring this message. There are 3 pieces of homework I want you to bring home with you tonight and then to bring to your senators tomorrow. One, blanket opposition to these nominees. When I say opposition, you say blanket. Opposition, opposition, opposition. That's right, blanket opposition. Number two, we need to withhold unanimous consent. I know that's technical, I know that's wonky, but if we are going to get our senators to actually do something, we have to tell them what we want to do. Withhold unanimous consent. Withhold unanimous consent. I love you guys. Okay, the third thing we need them to do is we need to make Republicans in the Senate, their lives need to be miserable. They need to get worn out having to stand up in that chamber and hold the floor. They need to say, we're doing this and we're going to lose sleep over doing this and stay in the Senate chamber doing this. That means quorum calls, quorum calls, quorum calls, quorum calls, quorum calls, quorum calls, quorum calls. What does all this do? Shut down the Senate. Shut down the Senate. Shut down the Senate. Yes, that's on.
Genuinely, we need to do this. We put pressure on your elected representatives to shut down the Senate, chat.
Chuck Schumer, but that's on all of us. That's on all Senate Democrats. We all have a role, okay? That is what we are going to do. Now, the easy way to think about this is when you're going and talking to your Democratic senator, you say, hey,
I'm from Canada. I don't know how to show my support, so here's a donation.
Honestly, your support for me matters a lot to me and my coverage and allows me to continue to do what I do. So I very much appreciate it, Vignesh Kolapan. I probably am pronouncing that wrong, and I apologize.
Imagine you are Mitch McConnell in the minority, and then do what that asshole would do. That's what you're going to do. Are we going to unify this Democratic opposition? Are we going to stop what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing to our country? Is Trump a king? Oh, that's news to me. Does Musk have a mandate?
Can you explain what shutting down the Senate does? Is it to stop appointees? Yes. It is effectively saying we will not do anything until you meet our demands, you know? And honestly, they could just stonewall indefinitely. You know, you get nothing done. You take no further steps. This is a rock wall. You get nothing. Goodbye. Jack, denying unanimous consent can slow things down so much, like slow it down many, many, many times more. The Senate operates on unanimous consent on most things for a reason. And yes, the entire point of what he is trying to put forward here is to slow the process down for everything. Because by slowing the process down for everything, by sticking to the rule book, by being a stickler for every little piece of protocol, we can limit how fast they move on all of these things, which limits how much damage they are capable of doing, and gives more time for us to push back on any one of their individual pushes, on any one of their individual decisions to try and undo our democracy. So slowing things down gives us more room to maneuver and stop what they are doing. The Republican coup attempt and its success relies upon moving swiftly. So slow it down, and we have a much better chance of stopping it from happening.
Are we going to use the tools available to us to fight for this democratic republic? Are we going to win? Are we going to win? Shut down the damn Senate.
Thanks, folks. Go home and call your senators. Go to meet with their offices. Have a good night.
Excellent. So, folks, what are y'all going to do? You're going to do something, right? Here is a link to the document for reaching out and talking to your conservative or your liberal elected officials in Congress. Please make use of it. Okay? It is a comprehensive overview. If you know nothing about trying to do that, this will walk you through from beginning to end. Make sure you talk to your senators. Make sure you talk with your, House representatives. Make sure you put pressure on them. All right? If you already called your congressman, call him again. We are in unprecedented times. If you need to double tap and call twice, do it. If you need to double tap and visit twice, do it. If you need to get in there and make sure that your voice is heard, double up. All right? Do you have a link to that previous stream? I do indeed. Here you go. Post that in chat as well. So make sure you are at the very least putting pressure on elected officials. You also cannot go wrong by putting pressure on governors, on your elected governor, okay? Yeah, call, email, snail mail, fax, do whatever. Messenger pigeon, figure it out, all right? And not only that, folks, but think about anything else you might be able to do. If you can go to a protest, do it. We need to mobilize as many people as possible as quickly as possible in every corner and piece of the United States. All right? Tomorrow, there is the 50-51 protest. It is a protest that is taking place in the capital of every single state.
Become the annoying Karen at the McDonald's for your elected officials.
Yeah, become the annoying Karen. Grab the ally Karens in your life who are capable of going in and talking to a manager. Grab them, take them with you. Weaponize them for good. All right. But more than that, if you are at all able tomorrow to attend these protests that are supposed to be going down in every capital across America, please attend. Okay? Please attend. They got protesting permits? Hell yeah. That's what we like to see. And make sure that you understand kind of our position. Make sure you understand how to explain this to your normie friends and family who do not understand what is happening or why it is a big deal. Figure out your elevator pitch for what is going on to help folks understand. Look at what you are uniquely positioned to do. Look at your skill set and figure out a couple of additional things that you can do. Because it is not, you do not have to take on the whole weight of the movement yourself. All you have to do is to do what you can. And then to, sit back and say, I did enough. I did what I possibly could do. And then you have to rely on others in your community, on others who are actively striving alongside you, on your comrades. You have to rely on others because our movement as leftists is entirely reliant on us relying on each other. You know? Together we are strong. You know, reach out to join your local DSA, reach out to join your local Dems, reach out to join your local Working Families Party, reach out to join your local Indivisible branch or your Move On branch. You know, look into joining groups of people. Especially important because if things do not go our way, and I don't think that that is the case, but if they don't go our way, having that solidarity will mean a lot and will help to keep you safe. Okay? And these kinds of protests that are happening, if you are at all anywhere near Washington, D.C., consider continuing to turn up to protest because I firmly believe, sorry, that we need protests that are growing in size, strength, and character every single day until this crisis is solved. Sorry. Yeah, if you need help connecting with your local DSA, you can reach out to GamerG in our Discord. riverboat.gg/discord. You can reach out to Dragonfly in our Discord. Again, riverboat.gg/discord to get an invite. You can reach out to Dragonfly to connect you with your local Democrats and help you organize politically in your local area. It is worth doing. I promise it is very rewarding. Radicalize your local Dems. Are you okay? Yeah, I swallowed some spit wrong. God. Yo, Letterhack, you offered your graphic design services to almost 100 progressive groups this weekend. That is an excellent way to get involved. Look at your skill set, see what you can do, and then get going, all right? Get to work. We all got to roll up our sleeves, all right? Governor and Senator are getting calls from me tomorrow. Excellent, Zia Spots. I love seeing you guys commit in chat to doing it, to taking action, because it helps to keep you accountable. You know, I can look at, I can come into stream tomorrow and be like, or the next day and be like, hey, did you do the thing? So let's do it. Jack, I just found out that DOGE is just a bunch of Zoomers from Elon's Discord. How? They're Zoomers from Elon's Discord and who interned at his companies. And who are also neo-Nazis. So, yeah. 19 to 24-year-olds. Or 19 to 25-year-olds. Also, Bearded Husser. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Bearded Husser. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday. I don't know if you're still here, but you mentioned it was your birthday, so happy birthday. Whew. And folks, we've been going for about 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and if you are at all positioned to drop some subs or donos, that is what allows me to do what I do. So please consider supporting the stream with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Let's get going, because I need your support to continue to stay alive. Worried about all you guys. Stay strong and fight. This is your Maidan. And the worst part is, Nagma-chan, is that if If we fail, the entire global economy collapses. So I certainly hope we succeed. Not just for our own sakes, but for all of your sakes as well. Protesting tomorrow? Fuck yeah. And remember, folks, if you are going to go to the protests tomorrow, on the Discord, we have a protesting section. You can find a really good comprehensive guide pinned in that protesting section to make sure that you are safe, to make sure you have all the things you need, to make sure you are legally protected, etc. So make sure you go over that before you go out to protest tomorrow, all right? I'm out. Thanks for the coverage. Thanks for being here, Shrug and Bug. So I can't just go there to protest? You absolutely can, but if you are looking for tips to be safe from cops and from legal repercussions, I would encourage you to read the guide. Put together by an experienced protest medic. Also, illegal repercussions, true. I actually feel some hope. I've not felt that in a long time. It's exactly why I felt it was so important for us to cover this today. That's why I dropped everything so that we could do this.
Thanks for the stream and all the resources. You're the best. Protesting tomorrow.
Logan Hill, I love to see it. Thank you for going out there, putting yourself out there. I really appreciate it. Just a curious question. If you are in a gun carry state, is it wise to bring one for protection in case MAGA people want to cause harm? No. Do not bring weapons to the protest. Do not do that. Where are the resources? In the Discord. There's a protest corner of the Discord. Just a knowledge question? Yeah, no judgment. Just letting you know it's a very bad idea to bring guns to a protest. Guys, I'm a lifelong Democrat. Why are we protesting the corrupt bureaucrats exposing career politicians' waste? We should be encouraging this, not opposing it. Oh, John Doe, you're not a lifelong Democrat. Plant, fed. Get the fuck out of here! We got an up on our hands. Hello. I am Mr. John Democrat. I think what Elon Musk is doing is really good, actually. Haha. Why, I think billionaires should get all of our tax dollars. Emergency alert. Guys, I think we got the imposter. Did I miss AOC or was she not on? Linda Marks, if you want to see what AOC had to say, I actually have a video on my YouTube channel that went up earlier today going over a very long kind of overview of what the current situation is that she put out earlier or yesterday evening. So I would recommend going over that if you would like to see it. You guys are supporting the corruption. This is the problem. It's not team sports, says the person shilling for the guy who wants to get like $8 trillion more from the US government. Fuck off, man. Fuck off. Go like, I don't know, sit in the cuck chair while like Elon Musk goes, Mars. And meanwhile, you're just like, man, get the fuck out of here. In a, like, boy, howdy, you should not go to the protests tomorrow, okay? You should not go to the protests. What happened to the party? I leave for 15 years. Oh, you just recently converted back to being a Democrat? Yeah, what democratic principles do you believe in? Do you believe in separation of powers? Do you believe, like, the presidency should be separate from Congress? That Congress has its own powers, the courts have their own powers, the president has its own powers. You know, you believe in separation of powers? God. Neolibs need not apply. Yeah. Guys, I think if we look, guys, if we just give Elon Musk another $10 trillion, okay, he can fix everything. That's democracy. Democracy is when you give a billionaire $1 trillion, okay? Just make Elon Musk a trillionaire, the first trillionaire, okay? And he will fix everything. You know, ignore the fact that he was literally handed a plan by the UN to use his massive amount of wealth to end world hunger, and he said, fuck it, and didn't do it. So, you know, like, yeah, but if we give him $1 trillion, he'll fix everything. Yeah. Absolute baby-brained horse shit. I've seen more valuable things come out of the asshole of a horse, you know? Like, at least that kind of manure can be used to, like, fertilize a field. Your shit, good for nothing. Where did it say they're giving Elon Musk money? The entire reason he is taking control of the Treasury is so that he can take money out of Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security in order to give it as a massive multi-trillion-dollar tax cut to himself and his rich cronies. The Trump tax cuts that were passed in 2017 sundown this year, meaning they end. And they want to expand those tax cuts for another 5 to 10 years. And that's going to cost several $1 trillion at least.
I literally just came back to the stream and the first thing I heard was don't go to the protest. I assume you were joking around?
No, Malin Miller, there have been some people who have expressed concerns about going to the protest because the folks who are organizing it are grassroots and relatively unknown. So I was saying if you are feeling like you might be in danger by going, don't. But if you feel comfortable, you should. Bro, all of that's just conspiracy theory, okay? They're not going to take tax cuts. When would a rich benefactor who invested $500 million into a presidential campaign, when would they ever try and extract some kind of massive tax cut? That's crazy talk, bro. That's crazy. What, a billionaire trying to get tax cuts? Crazy, bro. That's crazy. You understand, like, you're putting out there the most baby-brained horseshit anyone in this chat has ever seen, right? Like, you're literally walking around right now as if, like, half your skull got imploded in as a child. You know, like, that's you right now. And you're like, well, that's all just conspiracy theory. It's not conspiracy theory. Leaked Republican documents that have been confirmed show exactly which departments they want to cut in order to get up to the amount of money they need to give tax cuts. This is not rocket science. It is not speculation. It is the explicit plan of Republicans. God. I honestly don't know why I'm arguing, because, again, we already collectively identified you as a plant. I'm just kind of using my outrage against you to sell the message to other people who might still need to hear what this is all about. So thank you for being elucidating for everyone else in chat. I appreciate the example that you set for others of what not to be in this trying time. Did you know Joe Biden was never a leftist? Oh, God. Dude is unironically too dumb to be a bot. Yeah. Folks, when we fight together, we win. So fucking do something to fight. All right? Figure it out. Look at your skills. Look at your opportunities. And get out there tomorrow, or at the very least sometime on Thursday. Okay? We need to make these days, these hours, count. Whew. And folks, if you are, again, just last call, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because you guys allow me to do what I do. Let's see. Take care, everybody. Tomorrow's going to be a rough day. Rest up, eat well. You know, take care of your mental health. Do what you got to do to feel good when you wake up tomorrow, and we'll get to work, all right? You guys won't be alone out there. When we work together, we win.
Willis swayed by a con man's cheap charade. Despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts, when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
So this is a song that we